The board will step down into the audits and so
For this section.
that whole section.
Yeah.
It's gotta be getting close. Or less. Okay, it is now turned 7 o'clock. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And the first thing on line item B is a pledge allegiance. Flag in the back. I pledge allegiance to the flag of one nation under God,
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, I'll get ahead of this. Roll call, Gary. Gary's here. Rhonda.
Here.
Rhonda's here. Ken's here. Christie.
Here.
Christie's here. Beverly.
Here.
She's here. Agenda. Can I get a motion to approve or modify the agenda as presented? Is there any changes we need to make to the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
A motion by Beverly, second by Rhonda.
Quick thing, an item was added to the agenda between 5 and 6 o'clock tonight. It is item under new business, is the first item under new business.
J1.
Mhm. Just so everybody is aware. It is on the printed.
Bev, your
agenda.
still motion still stands?
Yes,
Rhonda, your second still stands?
Yeah.
and that's the agenda that's out there in print.
Correct.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any nays? Aye, carried. Tonight, this part of the meeting, we're gonna have the November election. The clerk will give an overview. The township board's gonna step down into the audience, allow the panel members to sit at the board table with microphones to answer questions. So we're gonna step down now and the clerk's gonna make a presentation and we got the speakers that are gonna be up here. And then the panel members will be up here.
You can just stay.
Okay,
You can just stay.
do I get to stay?
You're on the panel.
Oh, why'd you put me on the panel? Oh, operator.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so for this portion of the meeting, we put together some specific rules. The rules are in print, available to anyone at the table out there. You see them on the tables. Number 1 rule, treat each other with respect and kindness. The purpose of this section of the agenda is to provide facts so that our citizens can vote with appropriate knowledge. The remaining rules are, and somewhat on order of how things are going to go. I will initially start with presenting an overview of the ballots. Then each speaker on the speaker list, which I will show in just a moment here, will be allowed 5 minutes to introduce themselves and or the topics they're representing. This 5 minutes will be strictly enforced. Each speaker has the option to sit on a panel to answer questions of the public after everyone has finished their introductions. Pre-submitted questions will be asked first. If you would like your question to be asked during this time, please write it down and give it to the deputy clerk. There are pieces of paper and pens on the back table. If you would like to have me read your question instead of asking it of the panel, you can give them to Kara over here at the table, and I will grab those. After the written questions are asked, questions will be taken from the floor. Speakers will have 3 minutes to respond to each question. Again, this will be strictly enforced. This is not a debate. There will be no rebuttal time. However, the township attorney, in this case, it will be Laura Genovich, will have an opportunity to speak regarding any questions asked about the township millage or the village disincorporation. No repeat questions will be allowed. Kara, how are you doing technology? Am I still struggling there?
Yeah.
Okay, well then let's skip the syncing. The rest of it is up and running. So just go ahead and put Zoom up there so that they can see Laura if she has to speak. Attorney Genovich is with us tonight via Zoom, so I wanted to make sure that we could have her on the screen in case she needs to speak there. Okay, so first things first. In the packets, which can be found online, I did place a printout of what appears on the Secretary of State's vote site for our township's ballot. We have 3 ballot styles. Everyone will be voting on the governor and lieutenant governor, Secretary of State, Attorney General, congressional representatives in Congress in 4th District, state senator at 20th in the 20th District, representative in state legislature, 39th District, members of the state of the Board of Education, regents of the University of Michigan, trustees of Michigan State University, governor of Wayne State University, county commissioner, 3rd District. Nonpartisan section includes judges for Justice of Supreme Court, Court of Appeals, 3rd District, 7th District Court. And then we go into, in the village of Breedsville, there are 3 trustee positions that are on the ballot. For those that are in the Bangor School District, there are school board members up for election. Bloomingdale also have school board members up for election. And then we have proposals. I'm sure most of you have heard about proposals 1, 2, and 3 that are state level. In the packets, there are reports that have been created by MSU that details the information on those proposals. The fact checks those. So I challenge you to check those out. There's also a printed copy of that hanging in the hallway of the township right now, where you can read that packet. And then the other things that everyone in the township will be voting on are the renewal of our operating mills and the vacation of the incorporation of the village of Breedsville and the Bloomingdale Public Schools operating millage for Bloomingdale folks only. Okay, so that's the rundown. And the first, these are the following speakers that we have for tonight. We have Ben Wakely. I don't know if Deanna is also going to speak or not. Okay. So we have the superintendent and chief financial officer here to speak about the Bloomingdale Public Schools millage request. Mr. Spicer here will be speaking about the township's operating millage. Ms. Harrison will be discussing the petition of the Village of Breedsville citizens for the vacation of the incorporation. Is Jared Polanowski here? There he is. So he is a candidate for state representative. Lawrence Wenke. Candidate for state representative. Is someone from Huizinga here? No, that was a possibility. And Mr. Doro is here. So that is what we have on our list. And we'll go ahead and let Bloomingdale get started.
Where would you like us to start?
I was gonna say, if you guys just wanna come right up here to this microphone, can you make sure that's on, Ken?
It's on.
I thought I
Okay.
had.
right, mind if we take seats right
Go
here?
right ahead.
All right, thank you. Right, hopefully everybody can hear me well. As stated, my name is Ben Wakely. I'm the CFO for Bloomingdale Public Schools.
And I'm Deanna Dobbins, the superintendent.
Also, as stated, we have an operating millage that is on the ballot this November. Due to the nature of how school districts are allowed to operate, we will not be sticking around for the Q&A, as it's a very fine line. We are not allowed to campaign. So what I'm going to do is explain the potential cost for the citizens of Bloomingdale Public Schools, the lack thereof for many, and the benefits that this would provide the school district. This is a non-homestead millage that will not affect any primary residential or any qualified ag. What the state of Michigan allows us to do is levy up to 18 mills in order to fully fund us on a per pupil basis. We are currently rolled back through a complicated law called Headley rollback down to 17.2 mils. What this means is that the school district is missing out on just over $70,000 of revenue on an annual basis, with expectations that that would be an increasing amount in future years. So what this means for our district is that we do not receive as much per pupil as districts around us that are at the full 18 mils. As stated, it's not going to affect any primary residential or qualified ag. We firmly believe that this would disclude a majority of our citizens that have the voting capacity to vote for this and would provide a large benefit for the district. What the millage would be presented as on the ballot is 2 mils. What we will actually levy in the first year is 0.78 mils. That extra millage above and beyond that 0.78 is unallowable, as we're not allowed to cross that 18 mil threshold, but that will help us in future years to stay at that total 18 mils. Total cost at that 0.78 mils is going to be just over $6 for every $100,000 of taxable value. With that, I will let Dr. Dobbins speak a little bit more to the human side of it.
I'm just going to talk in plain terms. So those of you who you only own one home, this doesn't impact you at all. If you own a home on the lake and another home, then this does impact you. And like Ben said, it's $6.58 a month for every $100,000.
With that, we do have handouts at the front table here. If you do have questions, it lets us vet it a little bit more to make sure we stay compliant. Feel free to email either of us or call the office directly. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I did want to mention to everyone tonight, any handouts, please get them tonight, because due to election laws, they will all be cleared from this building after everybody leaves tonight. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Right here.
Thank you. All right, next up is Supervisor Spicer.
We have sort of the same problem that the school does. Our operating cost covers a lot of things for the township. And some of the highlighted things that I want to mention is the cemetery. And we have increased a lot of costs for the cemetery due to more maintenance that we're trying to do. We have trees that we're going to have to take down. And there's 11 of them. It's going to be very costly, and under the current money that we have received in, it would make a negative impact on our fund balance if we don't look at changing the Headley and getting back to 1 mil for operating costs. Right now, that operating cost has been brought down to 0.74 from 1, so we lost about 25% of the cost. We generate about 80,000 from that 1 mil. So we're down to 74,000 from that. So we're trying to get the millage back up to 1, where we can stabilize our balance sheet for the operating millage. The other thing we're doing is we're working very hard to do blight, and we're having free dump days. The cost of the refuge has gone up because of that. So we're seeing an additional cost there. The Drain Commission, we're working with them to improve some of the drainage that's going on, and we have to share that cost. That also comes out of the operating costs, and we're paying about $34,000 this year to fix a flooding issue that we've had for about 30 years. And that's gonna happen this fall. And it's basically the Headley Amendment. We'd like to ask that we can achieve getting back to the 1 mil, and even our assessor cost has gone up quite a bit from a couple of years ago. There's more stuff that's involved. There's election costs this year that's gonna bring it up more money, where it's just something that we could use to be able to do more things for the township.
Okay, thank you. On that note, this is my little side note about Headley, since we just heard about it twice. There are some things going through Congress right now that y'all might want to pay attention to. I'm not sure where where they stand, but there are some bills out there that are addressing the possibility of getting rid of Headley for locals. And that would include schools and townships. And that would solve a lot of these problems that schools and townships have with millages. So talk to your representatives. All right. Who's next on my list?
Mary.
Mary. Come on up, have a seat.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mary Harrison, and I live in the village of Breezeville, and I'm the one that did the petition to do the vacation to disincorporate the village proposal. And I'm happy that it's going on the ballot. I can share a few details of what it will mean for the village. Once it goes through, if it does pass, it will make us have to pay less taxes eventually. We might have to pay taxes due to the possible judgment by the state against the village, which was caused by our village president. Also, there's a lot of ordinances and stuff that have been passed that adversely affect the elderly members of our village that doesn't have the extra money to pay the extra things that need to be done. Other than that, I just really feel it's a good idea for all of us. I think it will benefit the township and the village to be under the umbrella of the township.
I was having a little trouble hearing that.
Okay.
Yeah, so am
Okay, can you maybe pull that a little bit closer?
Repeat myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here,
All
hold
right.
on, slide forward for a second. Come on, yeah.
I'm Mary Harrison, and I'm here from the village of Breezeville. I'm the person who started the petition and got it on the ballot. And I believe that this will benefit us as a village because we'll be under the township, which will eventually we won't have to pay village taxes. Our roads will be done by the township, maintained and plowed, whereas we pay an enormous amount of money every year for plowing for the village. Our output is more than what we basically bring in, other than the marijuana money. We spend about $10,000 in taxes. We spend about 19, 20,000 for all the things that the village takes care of. So I just feel that this is the best for all of us, is to vote yes for this. It doesn't hurt the township residents in any way that I can see. They won't be carrying any of the village debt. They will actually gaining money as long as the dispensaries, which I believe will be grandfathered in to the businesses, that they won't be made to go away. And that's our biggest income, is the dispensary in the village. Basically.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on my list is Jared
Jared.
Polanowski.
Hello, everybody. It's quite a few people in here. My name is Jared Polanowski. I'm from Seago Township, and I'm running for the State House District 39. My opponent's Pauline Wenzel. I'm on the Democratic ticket. It sounded like there's going to be a Q&A later, so I'll just say a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Seago Township. I've lived a few different areas, a couple different states, and I came back here in 2015. I have 4 kids that I raised at my house there. I actually purchased the house across the street from where I grew up. So it's a very rural area, similar to a lot of what's out here. I graduated with a bachelor's in education in 2013 from Aquinas in Grand Rapids. And I've always been political. I've always voted. I think I might have missed like one special election one time, but other than that, I voted since I've been able to vote. And politics in general has been kind of a popular thing in my family. My dad's always had ever since we got satellite dish. We still don't have internet actually at my house, so we pretty much rely on cellular at the moment. But I'm happy to take the Q&A option, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys may have about the proposals or any other legislation that would come my way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Lawrence Winky. Yep, right there. Sorry, I know, got a little confusing.
My name is Lawrence Winky. I'm from Kalamazoo. I actually enjoy local government. I was a Kalamazoo County Commissioner for 8 years, 3 years as chairman, and getting involved in local government is, I enjoyed it a lot. So I went on and became a state representative for 6 years. So what you're doing tonight is very important for your community, and I encourage you and congratulate you for showing up and being involved. So I'm under the Libertarian Party banner. The Republican representative is what's Heising got my word?
Yeah, I see.
I was in the Michigan legislature with him for 6 years, so I should know him well, and I do know him quite well. But most of my life, I've been a greenhouse business owner. In Kalamazoo, we have, in southern Georgia, we have about 60 acres of greenhouses. We grow lots of annuals. Some of you may have been customers. We have a family-owned company. My daughter and our son Jeff own the company right now. Our daughter is a tremendous CEO and does very, very well. Our son is a pastor of a church in Kalamazoo and thrives on that job. I got involved in government as a county commissioner and enjoyed being a county commissioner. Went on from there to be a state rep for 6 years, and found that I've got a little bit of politics in my blood, and you become really appreciative of what government does in our life, how important it is, what a difference it can make in our lives if we do it well. So I'm a retired person, so I have time to do what I want to do, and I think that every retired person should have some kind of a time for community service, and I continue to do that. I have three issues that are quite important to me. Democracy is something that we have to fight for and keep in our country and in our communities. Democracy is under attack, at least that's how I feel. Congressman Upton is a hero of mine, and I can't say enough good about the man. I followed his career quite closely. He comes to Kalamazoo a lot. He works very hard at what he does. And he certainly, I wish that he was continuing on, but he has decided to retire. A former president of the United States, and I don't know how much time I have. I'm just going to.
We've got about 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes, okay. Former president of the United States had a lot to do with the polarization of our country. I'm probably here tonight because of the polarization of the United States by former President Trump. I think that the people in Congress right now who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution really, if they didn't follow Fred Upton's example, really didn't keep their oath to the Constitution and should not be in Washington anymore. That really is what motivated me the most to get involved in this election. Capitalism is very important to me as a small business owner for many years. I've had to deal with a whole lot of business issues. We sell flowers in about 15 states, so you get a little taste of what federal interstate commerce rules are all about. It's the system of capitalism that we have is certainly under attack. We are certainly losing this war with China that we are in economically. We need to do more to strengthen our economic policies and devote more energy to combating what China is doing to us. They're stealing from us our technology, our innovations. They simply, I have a brother who's written a textbook on archaeology that college students use, and they simply took his textbook, translated into Chinese, and never gave them a dime for it. Budget deficits bother me a lot. I have to balance my budget. I assume you do. I would, the budget deficit of the United States is somewhere around $230,000 per family. These are incomprehensible numbers.
1 minute warning,
Pardon?
1 minute warning.
And they keep, these numbers keep going up and up and up. To help you get to know me a little bit, I'll tell you a little bit about how I'm going to vote on the 3 ballot issues. On the term limits, like I said, I was a state rep for 6 years. 6 years is too short. We should vote. I'm going to vote in favor of that. The Michigan legislature spends $72 billion of your money every year. And most of it is decided how it's spent by the federal and state rules. But there will be a young man or woman, most likely, who's been there for 4 years, and who will be the Speaker of the House, a friend of mine who lives near me, very likely, and he will have a lot to say on how $72 billion is spent. And so we need good people to do it. It's a lot of money. I think term limits will improve the quality of people that we have on our on spending our money.
No, sorry, that's time.
That's it.
Yep.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Later.
All right, and then Mr. Doro.
Good evening, everyone. I am your county commissioner for District 2, soon become District 3. That was done because of the 2020 census and the realignment that was done. I serve Columbia Township, Geneva, Arlington, Village of Breedsville, City of Bangor, and now I have part of Waverly Township, which includes the people in the Bangor School District. So that's all. It's kind of, I think it's like, well, I don't know why they couldn't keep them, but we all had to have X number of people. So that's how that came about. I have a whole list here of things I do, but I don't want to get into all that, all my committees. In March of this year, I was presented with an award by the Michigan Association of Counties for earning the status of a certified county commissioner, of which only 11 were awarded that in the state from all 83 counties. One other thing, as we go forward here, I think one of the most important things with everybody is broadband. So that's what we're really pushing for, and for the whole county. So I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, those of you that would like to sit on the panel, go ahead and come on up here. I'm going to step aside and use a different microphone to facilitate this part. So, yep, come on up. Yes, yep, come on up.
I need more shirt.
I don't know yet. Let me grab questions here. Maybe I can just sit here. Okay. Yep, I totally give them to you. You can hand them to me, I suppose. Okay. Yep, come on, sit over here. Thank you. All right, the first questions I have are related to the disincorporation, and they were submitted by Melissa Polamsek of Canada DMG. First,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Of where?
Canna DMG.
Oh, business.
And Laura, I believe these are going to be primarily for you to respond to.
Okay.
How does the process of being an existing business in Breedsville Township work for being grandfathered in for Columbia Township? What has to happen to ensure this happens? I think the question is, what does it look like to be grandfathered from the village of Breedsville into Columbia Township from a business operating land usage perspective?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding the question correctly, it's a question of whether what a property will be subject to. And I suspect if there is sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. I thought you were shaking your head.
No, I'm just turning it up as loud as I can get it. That's all.
Can you put a mic on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to try that? Those of us that are close to the microphone can hear you, but
Okay, well, I'll try to speak loudly, but if property is in the township and not in the village anymore because there's no village, then we would look to township zoning and regulations for that.
okay. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat that. Well, I'm going to summarize it. I'm not repeating it exactly. Like, oh, maybe not. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, you've got, why don't you, can you mute yours? I don't know, we'll transfer. Anyway, so, ooh, you're still, are we muted on yours now? Okay, good.
I'm here.
So businesses in Breedsville will continue to be able to operate as they are. That is, there's nothing that those businesses have to do to be grandfathered in. It's just automatic. That's the gist of it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Okay.
Halloween.
I'll try to speak loudly, but if property is in
Oh,
the
it's
township
lagging.
and not in the village.
Yeah, that won't work. Sorry, guys.
We tried. All right. So the next question is, how would being grandfathered in for Columbia Township affect any expansions if businesses wanted to do this in the future? I had talked to Mike about this earlier, Laura, so I'm gonna attempt to answer it and you can correct me if it's wrong. All right, so the way this works is the business will continue to be able to function as it stands. However, any expansion of the business will fall under the current regulations of the township. So if the business is one that we do not allow in the township, unless we change our ordinances, then there will be no expansion allowed. Okay. And then this last question, I asked Mike, and when I read it, I don't really understand. So if somebody has any idea of what this means, please let me know. Question is, why did this all start with a blight ordinance when every township and city has the same ordinance, no matter where you live? Okay, so I didn't understand any of it, so I'm just gonna say I don't understand that one. Huh?
Because this didn't all start with a blight ordinance.
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
But it didn't, that's the answer to the question. It didn't all start with a blight ordinance.
All right, so question for you, Mary. What ordinances have been passed by Breedsville that harm the elderly?
It's a blight ordinance for one. It makes it harder for people to pay. I mean, if you gotta pay if you have to mow your yard every time it gets above 4 or 5 inches, not everyone in that village can afford to have that done. Not everyone has a lawn tractor. Okay.
Okay.
So the blight ordinance is a biggie for me because I feel that it's not just myself, it's other people that have been impacted. And there's other ordinances and resolutions that have been passed that are not really publicly discussed. You just do.
Okay. The next question is, what are the Breedsville sources of revenue, taxes, revenue sharing, marijuana dispensary fee sharing, anything else? I'm not sure how this pertains, but that's the question of you.
Well, I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but I know we get around 10 to 12,000 for our actual tax revenue from property owners. We probably get around, according to the audit, we get about 105,000 or more from the marijuana facilities. So I'm guessing that's our revenue from what I can see in the village minutes, although I'm just giving you numbers off the village minutes because I personally don't know.
What do you? Okay, so I'm gonna ask this one of Laura. Laura, if the state obtains a judgment against the village after the disincorporation and there are fines or fees assigned, what will that look like?
That's, hopefully I'm not echoing. It's an interesting question and one that I don't know that we've researched to the extent that if the village is disincorporated, I'm not sure how the state gets a judgment against it because it does not exist. So I don't know that I have a legal opinion for you on that specific question tonight.
Okay, so what Laura just mentioned is that they haven't had time to research that. First question on her mind was if the village is disincorporated and doesn't exist, how can a judgment be issued? So that's the best we can do for right now. All right, with that being said, I'm going to stand up and grab the microphone and I'll come around and allow people to ask questions. Okay. Anyone have a question?
My name is Larry Whittaker, and if it's disincorporated, isn't it true that township will reassess all our property and add a road tax to us?
Laura, I'm going to answer this one again and you can correct me if that's wrong. My understanding is that reassessment does not occur. The taxes that are being issued by the township at this time are already issued to village residents.
I agree.
Is Columbia Township got to maintain the roads and keep the streetlights on?
All roads will be managed in the same fashion in which we are managing current township roads, which would be through the county road commission. They will maintain them.
How about our streetlights?
Sewers Energy takes care of your street lights, and they, on the website, if you have a street light out, you yourself can report that. You have to give them the street address, the corner, and they'll come out and fix it within so many days.
What I'm asking is who's gonna pay the bill on it? Because we pay the bill now for village.
Do you have a special assessment for that lighting district?
Right.
It's paid out of village taxes is what he's talking about. We pay, it's part of the expenditures. Our streetlights are part of the expenditures for the village. Is what he's talking about. I think all of this, if this happens, there will be a disincorporation committee. There will be 3 people from the township, 3 people from the village. They'll sit down and decide what happens with what. That's
No.
kind of how that works.
No, that's not how it's going.
No, isn't that kind of how it works? I mean, the decision is made as to what, I mean, from what I understand, whatever we're doing now should continue. There might be a few losses. I mean, if we don't have streetlights, I don't see where it's a huge giant deal.
I would, Laura, do you have any idea for things that are like a street light that is currently being paid for out of operating expenses for the village? How would the township then manage that?
Well, the township would approach funding those the way it approaches funding any other public improvements in the township and determining whether that is done through a special assessment district, through a general fund, or some other expenditure. So it may be necessary to create a new special assessment if that's the approach that the township decides to take. Obviously, the village won't be funding it because the village will be disincorporating it. So, I think a kind of big picture thing is there are logistics that will have to be, walked through, likely on a case by case basis.
Yeah, so for those of you who could not hear, what Laura said is for those items that would not typically, be handled by, the township that are currently handled by the village through operating expenses. We would look at those one at a time. It is possible that a special assessment district would need to be created to fund the lighting. But it's also possible that the, board would vote to include those in the operating expenses. So it'd be up to the board.
We don't need them all shut off, because then it'll just be a dark place and you'll have all kinds of crime.
I don't imagine we'd be shutting lights off.
I'll ask the question and let you decide whether to answer or redirect it. My name is Scott Brown, and I live in Texas Township, and I'm the attorney for Breedsville. I was confused over one point. Had a follow-up question in regard to the future operation of marijuana business. I heard comments made about existing businesses and then comments made about expansion. I have no question about expansion. My simple question is, if there is an existing marijuana business, for the sake of argument, a grow operation, and the village is disincorporated and the township ordinances do not allow the business to continue, what will happen? Will it be shut down, or do I not understand? I'm just trying to figure out what's going to happen to that business.
I will repeat the answer one more time. Actual businesses will be grandfathered in. Uses included.
That's kind of what the attorney, that's not what
Laura, did I misunderstand?
I could not hear that question, except that I know it had something to do with marijuana. I'm guessing, if I heard parts of it correctly, the question is if there's a marijuana business that's operating in the village under a village ordinance, and if the township does not have an ordinance authorizing marijuana establishments, is the township going to come attempt to shut down the marijuana establishment? Is that the question?
Yes.
It's a very interesting question. The previous question before that was about zoning generally, right? And marijuana uses are of course unique and do have to be authorized by ordinance under state law. So I think that is one of the case by case unique logistical aspects that we as a township and with the council of our office would have to walk through.
My name is Mike, I live in Grand Junction. I'm kind of concerned about this blight excuse that you used earlier about the elderly. And Breedsville has a rampant problem with blight. If you drive through Breedsville, coming to Grand Junction, okay, there's dozens of properties. They don't take care of their property. They don't clean up their garbage. They don't clean up their kids. Okay, there's somebody who lives on Main Street going west, I think it is, on 380. I mean, it's ridiculous. You have businesses that have vacant trucks, people who are working on vehicles. Is Breedsville going to be brought into the blight situation, expect these people to do what we have to do at Grand Junction? Because their grass is, the excuse that, oh, they're elderly, they can't cut their grass is ridiculous, okay? Maybe they shouldn't smoke cigarettes, maybe they shouldn't drink beer, okay, but they need to take care of the yards.
They will have to abide by all the same ordinances. Questions?
So I guess sticking to this subject, what will the township be picking up in terms of net revenue versus expense? Are you guys in the black or in the red? And are there any fund balances that would transfer over?
No. I don't know if we have somebody to answer that.
I don't have the information to answer that. Honestly, that's something we probably have to, for you, the village, to get an answer to. I mean, you can look on their site and it will show the revenue and what we're putting out. And that would give you, the only answers I have would be the same.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not an attorney, however, my thought process would be that if this does go through, that there should be a forensic audit to clear things up, and so everybody's on the same page, so that all these technicalities can be taken care of in a legal and an informed manner.
That doesn't really answer your question, but
No.
that's what will happen.
Well, is that what will happen, or is that just a suggestion that the board will take under advisement?
Okay, let's say should, because we have not voted on it.
Okay, okay.
How many cannabis licenses are in effect in Breedsville now, and what types are they?
I know there's a dispensary, a processor, and a grow. How much they all pay, I don't know, but it says we get 105,000 a year from them, so you figure it out. So we get 105,000 according to the
And
audit.
is that from the state, or that is from?
It just
their
says
licensing?
marijuana, under the thing, it just says marijuana
I think it's a
licenses,
combination.
so. I don't know what all that entails, but it's supposed to be 5,000 per business, so.
And the state funds can be looked up online. Last I checked, I think the last distribution from the states was in the 50,000-ish range. Yeah.
There are 12 grow licenses and 2 dispensary licenses in the region.
12 grow and 2 dispensary.
Correct.
Is
No.
there another dispensary that's operating?
Sorry.
Is there more than one dispensary
No,
operating?
there's a licensed dispensary that's not yet operating. One that is and 12 grow licenses. Class C.
Was that what the current reason? Oh, am I allowed to ask them questions?
I did.
I guess, should I pass it or ask another?
Go ahead.
I understand that there is a lawsuit. The state of Michigan is suing the village. Do we know what kind of fees are they truly adding up on a daily basis, or now that litigation has started, does that stop the clock on that?
Laura, do you know anything about the Eagle stuff?
I'm so sorry. I do not have personal knowledge of that.
Thank you.
Is it something, I can see if it's something that I can get a message to Mike if he knows.
Court date's November 11th in Mason County.
Okay, I don't know if Mike's gonna know off the top of his head either, so I know he is familiar with what's going on slightly, and that's about it.
I can answer it if you want, but I don't want to violate the procedure.
Okay, how about you talk with him after the meeting? Answer. And I'm gonna pass it for.
So unless I'm incorrect, my understanding is that the Breedsville, any debt that they may have runs with the land, meaning that because the Breedsville residents currently pay an additional tax that Columbia Township residents don't pay. So they would continue to pay that tax until the Breedsville debt is paid off, and then their taxes would go down to ours, or is that wrong?
Not quite right. And again, I'm gonna stand here so that Laura can hear me in case I'm wrong. When a disincorporation occurs, then the township into which it's disincorporated has to take some time to evaluate the debt situation. when they are done evaluating the debt, then they would assign that debt in taxes as appropriate to the landowners of that live in the prior village limits. So it's not necessarily going to be exactly the same. And in fact, it probably won't be exactly the same as what they're getting taxed now. But there would still be some tax that occurs to cover that debt. Laura, did I get that right?
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I didn't fully hear the question either. So I'm going to go with what you said.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
So I have a follow-up question on that. So given that's the case, if the village of Breedsville had debt and if the village disincorporated and then the marijuana industry was still there and whatever the state gives every year for that, would it be legal, Laura, for the township, if they chose to use that money to pay the Breedsville debt?
The marijuana fund?
The marijuana fund.
It's my understanding that when we're talking about the state revenue for marijuana, so not application fees and annual fees, but just the revenue sharing that comes from the state, that there is no restriction on the use of that. So any lawful public purpose would be permissible within the township board's discretion.
So the answer to the question is yes, if the board chooses to use those funds in that way, they could.
I've heard rumors as to the dollar amount of debt that they may be incurring if in fact these daily fines are adding up. Is there a point at which it might be a preferred way to go to file for bankruptcy of the village rather than dissolution and get some awareness of that? Otherwise, the village residents will be stuck with this even beyond this, is what I'm understanding.
I think that's a question of the board.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
For the other two candidates, for the two
Yeah,
candidates.
that'd be great.
Mr. Leakey, I would like to ask, and Mr. Polanowski.
Yeah.
Both of you, what it is about your community that makes it special and your history of any community service that you've done that led you into politics.
I got involved because a township supervisor came into my business one day and asked me, and he said, Lawrence, do you want to run for county commission? And I said, thought about it for 30 seconds, and I said, yes. And that led me into 14 years of elected office, and found that I really enjoyed it, and found it to be useful and helpful. And I'm kind of a news junkie, and I follow what goes on quite closely, and would like to continue to do that. To have a desk in the capital of Michigan with a yes and no button on it, and vote on legislation that affects 9 to 10 million people is quite a responsibility. And I enjoyed it, and I think I worked hard at it and was good at it. So.
Thank you.
So I've volunteered and helped with my political party that I belong to, not necessarily because I was a hardcore Democrat, but I had a lot of friends that were in the group. And so whenever they would do pick up trash, I always get a text or an email or something. And I usually find myself helping my friends out. That's more or less how I get involved with a lot of things, is my friends are working on a project or something, I help them out. As far as my community, I live in Otsego Township, so I do go to Otsego for different things, but I tend to have a little bit closer connection to Allegan. I went to Allegan schools, and I love the development that's going on in Allegan right now. And I particularly love things like the Regent Theater. I actually donated quite a few items to the theater, so it looked more vintage when they did finish the renovations from a few years back where the roof had collapsed. As far as in Otsego, I had a business there, and I sat on the chamber board for 2 years. Helping with events in town, trying to make sure that everything is working properly for businesses and trying to help advance other businesses in our community. So, you know, I'm a little younger, a little more inexperienced in some of these things, but generally, if someone asks me for help, I will always help them.
This one's for Ken Spicer. Ken, and we all want to do more for the township residents. I get that. I guess the question I have is now the time to be raising taxes? We're heading into probably a recession. Inflation is at a 40-year high. People need cars and trucks to get around our community, and gasoline is what I don't have to tell you. The other side of the equation, of course, is, and I'm curious, if the township's expenditures are also experiencing some inflationary pressure that you haven't budgeted for. So, two-part question: how's inflation hitting us, and is now the time to raise taxes?
Oh, we're gonna lose state revenue. I think it's about $30,000 this coming year. They've already told us what our amount is, so we know that we're already gonna have a cut on our revenue. Hadley has made an impact on our revenue, which is what we're trying to seek to get back. We have things in the township that we are trying to work on that have been kind of neglected over the years, like the cemeteries is a real big one. We're trying to do more of a blight, which increases our transfer station cost. We try to give away free dump tickets and try to help getting it off the streets and make sure it gets to the dump. So we had free dump days this year. So there is a cost, but there's also a benefit. So we're losing money like everyone else, and it's a hard decision to make. But I think that if we want to keep improving our township with cleaning it up, getting rid of the dangerous buildings, the blight, to keep the trash off the street, try to keep improving our roads, which the operating is not going to do that, but our drainage system. There's culverts that we know that we have to replace, which is going to come probably part of the drain stuff that we're not looking at. And that's again, the time thing that's coming up on us. So when we looked at the budget, when we look at the operating budget, it's the one that needs a little help. And we thought if we could get the Headley back, that would put us back on target for the items that we need to do. And we're also looking at, instead of giving you a big burden in 1 year, the cemetery, we're looking at taking out about 5 years and trying to put money in it for 5 years to do the work that we have to do to get it back in shape. We can't do it in 1 year because it would be over $100,000 expenditure. Plus we still have to mow the lawns. So you're $130,000 a year on the cemeteries. So we're asking for it. And if we want to keep our community clean and take care of our cemeteries and the transfer station.
And I just want to add to that. So remember, this is a 1 mil that the community already voted for a long time ago. So this is just something that we're trying to get back to. And then the other thing is, we mentioned inflation impacting our budget, and Ken talked a lot about our revenue, but you'll notice that mowing did cost us more. There's gas involved in that, right? And utilities are more, and our expenses are increasing as our revenues are declining.
I have a question for both candidates and maybe you, on Proposition 2. I'm really curious what your points of view are from the perspective of a small rural community and what it would mean in terms of cost and burden to a community like this to have, 9 days? I would like to know your point of view from the perspective of administering something like that. It's not so much, voting rights issue, but just the cost from a rural community standpoint of running elections. As I understand it, Prop 2 had 9 days of voting in person to our election cycle, and I'd love to know what you think about that.
I tend to support proposal 2. I think a lot of the ideas have come from the clerks of Michigan. When you think of 9 days of voting, there won't be 9 places to vote like there won't be places to vote all over the district like there is on November the 8th. Mostly you will vote in 1 or 2 places like the clerk's office, or maybe they'll in a larger community there might be 2 or 3 places, but the full staffing of voting places won't take place until November the 8th. And I support the changes that the clerks have asked for are good changes. We need those. A lot of states have got more than just 1 day to vote. We can do it and it'll help us.
So I agree with Prop 2 as well. I believe you should vote for that. There's a lot of good things in that proposal. One of them is about funding, and it allows the elections to bring in funding in order to pay for those sorts of things, like you're talking 9 days. Now we talk about funding too, and I was actually going to see if I could chime in a little bit on the money that was cut from the budgets locally. We're finding that to be a common theme. I know I said in some of our city meetings in Tuscaloosa City, and they are constantly having their budgets cut. They're getting less money from the state, and they're not spending more, but they are going in the red. And they have cut their staff. They have cut the DPW workers part-time. I mean, they're cutting and cutting and cutting, and there's going to be a point where you can't cut anymore. Stuff's going to fall apart. And I think that the state right now posting all of the surpluses they have and not giving that money back to communities that need it, especially the ones that I live in, really frustrates and infuriates me. So I believe that if there is extra cost in the election, it definitely should be kicked in by the state, as well as the revenue that was lost from most of our communities.
Hey, Ben, you should tell them that this thing picks up everything. Thank you. So I know you said kind of to me too, so I will be careful about how I answer this one. I am a part of many organizations and network with a lot of clerks. I would say that the clerks are falling about 50-50 on this, with most of the clerks in larger communities are voting for it, okay? The only thing that I've heard negative about proposal 2 from the smaller ones is exactly what you pointed to, the 9 days. So what you may not understand is we only have 1 precinct. So that means our 1 precinct is operating for 9 days. And that is a big hit on the budget. So I would love for the state to say, here's some extra money to run elections. Is that gonna happen? I don't know. I feel like it's not likely because there's been increased demands election-wise on clerks for the last several years. And we have not seen additional funds to cover that. So from a funding perspective, yes, it will impact our community.
This question is for you, Clerk Case.
This question is for you, Clerk Case. In reading the proposal, and maybe I'm forgetting something somewhere, I thought I saw in there somewhere that for the 9 days of voting, that there would be 1 central place and that it might go by county. Is that, so is this, is there no clarification on this, on what it would look like?
That's the fun part about proposals. As our lovely people up here are laughing too. So proposals are fantastic because they tell us what we need to get to, and they don't tell us how to get there. So there will be a lot of pressure on the legislature to make sure that we get to the right point. And yeah, I mean, I foresee a huge issue with trying to do it at the county level. Whew. My brain just about fried just thinking about it. But I mean, I guess that could potentially be an option. There are other situations in which you can combine with other local communities for voting. I just see a big county nightmare at thinking about it right now for the moment. So ultimately, it's going to boil down to what the legislature decides to do after the proposal passes, if it so passes. Anything else?
I've got one question about Breedsville and then maybe a couple about our operating. The person up front isn't there, but maybe somebody else knows the answer. What is Breedsville currently paying for their village tax? I heard it might be 5.7, which if you compare it with some of our mills, that's quite significant.
I'm
5.7 mils?
Yes.
Is that what?
That was what I had heard too. Is that correct? That is correct.
Okay, so that's not an increase 5.7, it is the total. Okay. And then when it comes to the local millage, then, if I'm understanding correctly here, if you use the example of 100,000 taxable value, it would be $26.92 addition. I think that's right, but I was looking for somebody to say. And I'm glad you brought up about the Headley Amendment, not just for, because it impacts why you're asking for that right now, but if in the future, then these will not necessarily reduce. What a lot of people don't know right now probably is some other taxes here, besides the operating, the roads and the police. These are all local taxes that are also subject to the Headley Amendment. So these, the mill goes down. So basically a percentage of what you're paying goes down with the Headley rollback. But if that goes away, there's no more rollback, they're all gonna go up and stay up. So something to keep in mind. And if I'm understanding your proposal, also the total gain for this year, if it passes, if it goes back up, would be 28,404, if that might even be in the language.
If it's in the language, it is in the language somewhere.
Yes, so that is definitely right, okay. And there's a cemetery shortfall we've talked about already. And another opportunity we had for keeping some dollars was back at the time of the ARPA funds. And if I'm not mistaken, we must have decided to keep right around 70,000 because we pledged the 179. So is the 70,000 spent already?
We did spend some of that on the technology. And I want to say it was around 20,000. No, was it? I don't remember now. It's been a while. It might, I think 20,000 was roughly our total spend, and that included the technology and the reimbursement for the actual expenses that we had related to COVID.
So those just stayed in the general operating.
Not all of them were general. Some of them were in emergency services.
Okay, but that money's gone.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. I believe there's a little over 50,000 still unaccounted for, or undistributed, I should say. They are accounted for.
Supervisor Spicer, this question's for you. I believe I was, as a citizen, doing the math on this, trying to figure out what would my increased tax be, and it was the amount on the taxable value from my tax bill. Is that the correct formula? And I believe that came to, I think for me, it was $18 in a year. It was like a $250,000 on the taxable value.
You talking about the head?
No.
Yes, the head.
Okay, any other questions?
I don't really have a question, but I think we know about this.
Yeah, I mean, you can leave stuff here now, but
I
it'll
just
be.
actually wanted to talk about it real quick because it has to do with the candidate.
Oh, if you could just wait until we're, okay. Anybody else questions? Okay, I have one question for our potential representatives. What is your position, or how would you describe when you feel like it is important for local government to regulate, or when it is more appropriate for state government or federal government to regulate?
Local government is best most of the time. There was recently a piece of legislation introduced in Lansing which would prohibit local governments from passing ordinances on issues for homeless people, I'm going to say nicely. And I don't know how far it will go, but I would be opposed to something like that. Government is big and it's expensive. Does a lot of good for us, but sometimes it reaches too far. And we have to always be watching and be careful and know what's going on and sometimes say no.
So I'll try to go kind of quickly here. I believe government has its role and it shouldn't step outside of its role. I think when you're talking about federal, state, and local, I would look at primarily who's involved and who's affected. I have a couple examples of this. A great one is I had an egg farm going down the street from me, which was fine. They're supposed to follow our township ordinances. Well, they decided that they didn't want to, so they sued us. And the consequence of that is the township recused itself and the DEQ got involved, and that was who it came down to. As a result, they didn't put in drainage, they didn't put in fire suppression. And in the few years here following the construction, we had our road destroyed, gone for 2 years, and we had to pay to fix it because of the egg farm. And we also had a third of their structure burned down. And because of no fire suppression, we tanked in 11 or 12 communities, fire departments coming in with water, and they could not put it out. So I feel like in those situations, again, it's very important for local communities to be able to dictate that governance, over the community, because the community, each community is different and has their own needs and wants. Another example of that is there's a debate about vacation rentals, short-term vacation rentals in the Lakeshore districts, for example. And they're trying to move that. Some people want to move that to a state decision. And I think that that's wrong because you have a very large state with a vastly different sets of communities, whether you're talking Detroit, downtown Detroit to very rural areas. And I think that the people that has the best way to regulate those types of issues is your local communities, because they're going to be different. Now, I think when you talk about public education, I think that's obviously a good thing for the state government to be involved in, to set some standards so that everybody is getting a good education. And I know at the federal level, we're talking about environmental standards. I think that's very important as well. But at the same time, we have to make sure that they're reasonable and realistic, because if you're setting standards that cannot be obtained, then why are you even doing it? So hopefully that answers the question for you.
I just asked them to comment on gravel pits.
Oh, comment on gravel pits.
State legislation restricting local control over gravel pits. What's your thought on that?
A very difficult issue. It's been fought in our community quite a number of times. There are no easy answers. Sometimes it's yes, sometimes it's no. We need gravel. sometimes it's in a place where people don't want to go get it, but we have to do it anyway. I'm not involved in it at all, but those are difficult issues that are best settled by a local government. So, thank you.
So I'm not real familiar with that subject. However, I will say that I've got quite a few gravel pits, sand pits and things by my house actually. And one thing that I think is important to recognize is that back in the day when I was younger, these were local, I know I'm 37, so I say that, but you guys might laugh at me. But no, this is when I was growing up as a kid, right? So I actually knew several of the families that owned these gravel pits and these sand pits and things like that around my house. And I've noticed more recently that they are corporate, like multinational, large companies taking out a lot of our natural resources. So I think when this shift is occurring, you have to be very careful, and it reminds me of the Nestle water issue of pulling water out of the lake and other things in our area here locally. I think that yes, local government is important there, but I think that someone needs to be paying attention to who's taking what and making sure that if I don't know how to say this. I want to make sure that we're not losing our natural resources here locally and being kind of screwed over and not getting benefit from that. So we need to make sure that there's no abuse when it comes to something like that, where someone is just coming, a big company from out of the area is coming in and just taking a lot of like you said, gravel or sand or things like that, and leaving us with obviously less for ourselves. I mean, that kind of is a problem to me.
The follow-up is, assume this township said no to specific gravel miners. Do you think the state should have the authority to say the township cannot do that?
Go ahead.
I personally, just given the recent incident and the example that I brought up about the state kind of taking control over our local township and stuff, I am probably always going to side with local government on that one. I think that it's a good conversation that needs to happen. But this is where I said government has its roles. And I think when the state government comes in and likes to push people around, it bugs me a little bit because it's not their job. It's not what they're supposed to be doing.
All right. Any other questions?
We need another answer.
Oh, well, I thought he answered. I heard him say townships earlier, so.
Local government, I think, makes the best decision. My family and I have purchased hundreds of thousands of dollars of, I'm going to call it fill sand. I don't know what we would do if the local government had said, no, you can't do that. There are obviously are steps that you go through to get approval or disapproval. I still think that it's best if a community votes on whether to allow it or not allow it.
I just wanted to say for anyone in the room that doesn't know what the question was about, there is a Senate bill and I believe also a House bill. And they are both trying to pass a law where there would be no local control on gravel mines, et cetera, et cetera. And by local control, they mean ordinances or regulations that would say, you can't be there at 4 a.m, you can't be 500 foot next to someone's home, that kind of stuff. And it would pass that over to, it would pass all that authority to this state.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm gonna say thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Really appreciate it. And then we'll let Linda say her little spiel here.
I am Linda Norton, and I am your Republican delegate. And I've been going to the state conventions for the Republican Party. And we recently did a vote on who they were going to support and who they were going to follow. So I have here some things. If anybody's interested, and to see what's been going on. Just a lot of things going on. So.
Thank you. All right, and I'm going to reiterate, flyers must be picked up tonight. They will not be here after tonight. And thank you again, gentlemen. All right, we'll have the board come back up and we'll move on with our business. I'm so awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know about Siegel. I thought they're all
The most fun we have.
Yes. Give me whatever you want me to include. All right. No problem.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else like to have? Oh, sure. I'll get one.
Anybody else for public comment would like to?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't assuming.
All right, we're ready to start rocking this agenda.
Does anyone need a break or anything? You good to go, Gary?
Yes, sir.
Rhonda?
Yeah, I'm good.
Christie?
Yep, let's go.
Yep. Okay, I think we're done with E. We're gonna go to F for public comments on the agenda items.
Oh, I didn't turn it, I turned it off. Sorry. I wasn't thinking about it.
First off, I'd like to thank you for having this public forum. Obviously, there were a lot of people interested in that, so thank you for doing that. When I looked through the packet, maybe I missed it, I don't see any report that tells us how we're doing with blight progress. So, okay. Some of the other reports. It's good to get education and information from several sources as long as we don't wind up conflicting with the things that are already written in the state of Michigan that are specific to general townships. The supervisor had his report about some budgeting, etc. And I'm grateful that he's looking ahead to next fiscal year. But as I already mentioned to him, I hope you all as a group still make time to rein in spending in the current year too, before we get all the way out. In 6 months, every quarter is a good time to take a check. Transfer station. It makes no difference to me, but I have heard from others in the community that some were not happy with the changes to the transfer station hours, especially with limited notice. No, because I regularly attend board meetings. I heard mention of adding weekday hours back in August and again in September, but I never heard an effective date. And I know the board didn't vote on it, but maybe they don't have to. But we have put mention of transfer station items in newsletters before, and we haven't done a newsletter every time. But maybe that's a good way to get the word out to everybody before a change happens that impacts so many people. I noticed you have on here about grants, and I just wanna give a shout out to Kate for offering free services to chase some of these grant opportunities. As far as the mic and the camera, the owl, I'm watching up there and I see how it switches back and forth to people. all the time. Sometimes when all they're doing is taking a sip of water or they need a bathroom, so I don't know about that part of it. The quality is good. I don't know if what we were using was still the Blue Iris or if we had done something intermediate.
It was through Blue Iris.
So it was Blue Iris, but that wasn't ideal for streaming.
I'll put that on my list to talk about. when we get
Okay. Yeah, it did seem like on that camera, nobody was in focus. So, on the other hand, even though this looks like a cool setup, I'm not sure if there would be any recurring costs with any software updates or anything. And currently, I'm not sure that we are required as a township to record or stream at all. So just a question when you get to that. Snowplow bids, I notice a couple other entities starting to request bids and reminder. So my question is just, did the township follow the procurement policy that was approved? And are these the same service providers as last year? That's all I have. Anybody else? Hardly anybody left.
Press and hold that until that green light turns off, the bottom button until the green light turns off. Okay.
Any other public comments? Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. G1, we have our regular meeting minutes from September. On G2, we have invoices to be paid, payroll, checks paid. On G3, we have the treasury report, bank statements for September and October. And on G4, we have the calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I have a couple of comments and questions, and I'd like to thank Christie. When I turned in when our treasurer now turned in the amounts to be paid for the aeration, electric, using the meters for the lake for the association. When a letter was sent in to him, somehow I flipped two of the meter readings that were inaccurate. So I thank Christie for changing that, and I see that in the checks to be written that those are correct now. So thank you. Sorry for the problem, but I don't have an excuse. I just made a mistake.
It happens.
The other thing is that I've got a couple of questions on some of the expenditures that are there. It's about total, not quite, well, it's about $900. The Starlink equipment, is that has to do with our new phone system?
Yeah, so the board approved Starlink. Ooh, what's the
A long
year,
time
about a
ago.
year and a half?
Okay, I remember that.
So we finally got the email saying that we can get it. So that's the purchase of the equipment.
Okay, is, because it's electronic,
Mhm.
is there renewal for this for any updates or any
So that's-
registrations or licensing or?
So it's gonna be our internet service.
Okay,
The annual or the monthly cost, I think it went up a little bit. It's 100 or 110 a month for internet service. So it will come off of, like, so we'll cancel Frontier. Now, however, I think it's safer. We have a pest. It's safer for us to keep Frontier and Starlink for a month to make sure that everything is working properly. Then we'll cancel Frontier's internet service only initially. That will still save us money, I believe. I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head, but I want to say it's like $160 or $170 a month that we're paying for internet through Frontier.
okay, so our net is gonna be less.
Lower, yes.
Okay,
But there is, I didn't want to misrepresent that there is a cost for Starlink, so it is monthly.
well,
Right.
typically if it's electronics, there's cost.
Yes.
The other thing I was looking at was the Microsoft contract. That's 118, but is that a month?
That is a month. And that, oh, I'm sorry, it's not 118 a month. That was 2 months worth because of the credit card issue. So.
Well, you answered my other question. That's why it's on the credit card.
Yeah.
What is GL distribution?
That's the general ledger distribution number.
Okay, the Miradora.
Mirador is our security for all the devices.
Okay, so is that a monthly fee as well?
Yes, although, again, that might have been, how much is that one that you're looking at?
$34.65.
No, that's monthly.
Okay. Okay. The other thing I noticed on here, and maybe the chief can answer this for me. I think the board had approved expenditures for the Jaws of Life. And I believe you said that you would be able to get the combi tool.
The last meeting, but when it was approved and you approved the purchase from,
A spreader?
we got the spreader, the cutter, RAM,
But not the combi.
some spare parts, and we took out the combi tool because that put us over budget.
Yep.
Okay. There's $150 there for testing a combi tool.
No, that's the current combi tool, right?
That's the current combi tool. No, that's not current. That was the
Oh.
Jaws of the past, the hydraulic jaws.
Right.
That had to get service to keep them legal to use
Okay.
before the board.
That's an
approved the
old
purchase of batteries.
invoice.
So those weren't sold when we talked about it before?
That's an old invoice.
Okay, I guess I'm confused. So
That-
that
did you hear?
wasn't sold, the old hydraulic was not sold with the rest of the stuff that apparently you had a buyer for or something?
That was
The invoices you're looking at are from months ago.
from April. That's an invoice from April.
That was serviced to keep them current and legal to use.
The hydraulic one.
No, I know what the testing's for.
Right, but I had to have that done that was before the board approved the purchase of the new
Sure,
jaws.
sure. Okay, that's common sense. I did not look at the date because it was on the current invoices. So I thought,
Well,
it's,
I've been working with the company that serviced them, trying to drag out some sympathy.
Okay.
It didn't work.
okay. That's all I have. But again, thank you for changing those over.
No problem.
My error.
Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Bev made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Rhonda made a second. Roll call vote. Gary,
Yes.
Rhonda,
Yes.
Ken, yes.
Yes.
Christie, yes. Beverly.
Yes.
Moving on to H, information and reports. Is there anyone here that would like to support their report or have a comment on their report? Items H1 through 14.
October 25th. Excuse me. The fire department will be having an open house from 5 to 7. Everybody's welcome to come out, take a tour of the fire department, meet everybody. Hoping to announce this before everybody left, but that will be the 25th. So just a quick update on the grass rig that was approved back at budget time. We're still working with 3 companies trying to get one. The bid process opens up pretty soon here for, of course, my phone shut off. I had the email pulled up. For Ford to allow companies to get pricing, but they're opening it up, not allowing the pricing to be released. Very strange with the supply issues and everything. I'll read the letter from Allied Fire. To whom it may concern regarding the purchase of the Ford chassis for the Columbia Township Fire Department brush utility vehicle that the department has considered purchasing. Please note that Ford has announced they will open their order bank government processes on November 7th and close the order bank on the 10th. So they're only giving them 3 days to potentially order vehicles.
Wow.
Oh, that's not even the fun part. Per Ford, no pricing will be released for 6 weeks following the order bank opening and closing, which is scheduled to occur on 10/24. Based on the dates provided, no pricing for chassis will be released until approximately 12/5. So he can try to get us a truck. The 3 companies are Allied, Spencer, and Kodiak. They can try to get us a truck, but we won't even know what the cost is until potentially December 5th for a Ford. Now, I've been fairly adamant that we want a Ford chassis because our current medical rig is a Ford chassis. What our thought was to take everything medical off that truck and put it onto the new truck, because we would order the next package up on that truck, so they had power locks. Because really, when we go to accident scenes, domestic violence calls, subjects that are intoxicated with whatever it might be, we should be locking that truck because it sits outside running. If someone gets away from us, gets away from PD, gets in our truck, they could take off with it. So we would have a SOP that you get out of the truck, you grab a key fob off the dash, you lock the doors. So that was the thought process in transferring the existing medical truck into the new truck and using the existing truck for a crash rate. With the issues, I'm going to re-email the 3 companies and just say, hey, you know, if you can get us a Chevy or a Dodge potentially, and you know, we may just have to go with what we've got and use them for the medical truck and use the new truck for the crash rate. So that's where we stand with the truck. And Starlink, will that also, I'm assuming that will also be used for the fire department?
So, yeah, I'll talk to you more about the plans for that. One of the things I do need you to work on is it Tim, who is in charge of who makes the decisions on the tower?
Or maybe Tim McGee? Yep.
Yeah, he's supposed to get back to us a long time ago about whether we could utilize the tower at all, and we have not heard anything. So I don't know if you can help with following up on that. That would be greatly appreciated.
What, do you know what would be put on there? Do you want me just to have contact?
Best to contact Roy.
Okay.
Because he has all the measurements and he has Roy's contact information. Roy and I have reached out to him.
Okay, I'll shoot him an email right now.
Right.
Just some things that want to make sure you know about broadband, as we discussed. We hired at DCS Technology for 2 months to come up with a plan. And so by next month, they're going to have a plan to us, and if we like it, we'll go forward with it, I assume. So stay tuned on that one. One of the other things in the report, it stated about the county administrator that we were going to do interviews yesterday. We did. And we had 14 applicants. We interviewed 5. We're going to interview 5. 1 dropped out at last minute. And Ryan Post, who actually has been the interim, was given the job. So he is on duty. One of the other things I wanted to mention was that the veteran service building that we opened on Michigan Avenue. You know, any veterans that need anything, it's a fantastic standalone. It's the old museum from years and years ago. It has foot thick walls. It was supposed to be where they stored records and all that kind of stuff. So veterans have taken over the whole facility. So it's a great thing for our veterans.
What facility is that?
It's on Michigan, right by where that little park is. Like you look down that park, you can see the courthouse.
Yeah.
It's right next to that. So Chinese restaurants on one side, the
Yeah.
park next to that building. So, and the other thing, and I don't know if this would pertain to anything you might do, but the land bank, have you seen this about the blight?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got that, okay.
Yes.
And you'll get a hold of Sarah from Market Van Buren, she's great to work with, so. I think there's $200,000 for the county, so. See what you can get, so.
The one thing I just want to mention to you while you guys are talking about the internet is we have tried to reach out to MEC a couple times. We did finally get some information back, and the information we got back was they don't know when they're going to do stuff here.
Well, that could be because we don't know how, we get this information back in this plan, and we'll look at it, and I'm thinking that some of that stuff will be put out for bids and such, so.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because we were told that there's nothing more that we can do because MEC obtained the contract through the government. They did on that, what was it called?
The auction.
Yeah,
The
the
reverse auction.
Yeah. So they obtained all of probably 2/3 of our township is supposed to be covered by them, but they don't have any plans really. So
I got a
can't
postcard
say
saying
they are-
broadband 2023.
I think, Chris, they're talking about Beverly's house. That's
well, we don't.
I live in the dark twilight zone.
You just had to say that, didn't you?
That-
Leave the gear going about our house.
But Kurt, if you wanted to if you look at our board packet, the email from Jennifer Gillum from MEC is in there, and that's what it says.
All right.
So
So stay tuned, right?
I guess.
And thanks for tonight. I had a whole lot more to say, but lack of time, when I was sitting up there, everything I do, those people don't care what I do. So, actually, I don't know if you guys realize, this is gonna be my 7th and 8th year, and then next time, 2 years. If I run again, which I probably will, it's gonna be 4 years, because they've changed, the state has changed the number of years. We're one of 3 states that had 2 years for county commissioners. So we'll catch up with the rest of the world and have 4. Yeah, it's like, I just found out in the bathroom, I was like, I get reelected already.
Well, you're my favorite county commissioner,
Thank you.
even without the internet.
Okay.
Okay, unfinished business, handbook, SOPs.
Okay, Carl, are you with us? You might have to turn your mic back on because I muted you earlier.
I'm here. Can you hear
All
me?
right, fantastic. So I don't know, for everybody that's here, Carl Butter is one of the attorneys with Foster Swift, and he worked with us to develop the employee handbook and has been reviewing the SOPs and the handbook. And we have tried to come to some agreements, but there have been some conflicts. So I'm going to let Carl kind of give what his opinions are on the situation with the handbook and the SOPs.
Okay. So I was asked to review the handbook. I made changes to the handbook or suggested changes to the handbook. There's also a set of standard, this is a handbook that would apply to all employees. There's also a set of standard operating procedures that I'm aware of that the fire department uses. And in my opinion, there were some conflicts when it came to general employment policies in the handbook. There were some potential conflict. Let me just, the better way to put it would be differences. There's differences in the way employees would be treated that were in the fire department versus outside of the fire department when it came to general employment practices. And so I pointed that out. Now, by general way of background, the township can, fork over, give away any decision-making authority it wants to the fire department regarding either general employment law practices or policies, as well as decision-making within that department. I mean, the township can do that. I'm not here to tell you that you can't do that. I mean, if you did it, you'd want to be clear about how you did it. But as a general proposition, that's okay to do, you know, if you want to. What you can't give away, what the township can't fork over or give to anybody else, is the liabilities that attach to decisions made in the fire department regarding its employment practices and policies. Because at the end of the day, it is the township that is the employer. The township is the legal entity that can be sued. The township is the entity that can sue. There is no separate fire department, which is a separate legal entity than the township itself. So from my perspective, because I'm advising the township, not any individual department, and this is not just true for you guys, it's true for anybody else. When I talk to a county, you know, I'm not advising, you know, the treasurer's office employees differently than I would the, you know, the public works, you know, employees or treatment of them. So my job is to give advice to the township, and at the end of the day, it's the township that, to be blunt about it, kind of is left holding the bag if something goes wrong. Now, maybe nothing goes wrong. Maybe this never becomes an issue. But I mean, I would not be doing my job if I didn't point out that it's the township that ultimately bears responsibility if something goes awry, you know, in terms of employment, both employment policies as well as individual, you know, decisions, employment decisions. So, okay. So with that background, in my opinion, it is prudent for the township to retain some control over its employment policies, which are reflected in the handbook, as well as employment decisions. And again, that's because it's the township that is ultimately going to be responsible. And let me just drop a footnote here. I know that there may be history to why this is being contemplated the way it is. There may have been conflict in the past. I don't know. I wasn't there for that. And I'm not here to render any opinion on that. I just don't have the factual background on how you guys got to the place that you were, or that you are rather. So again, let me repeat, you can do what you want, but there are, you know, there are consequences for that. I'm just trying to point those out, and you guys, you know, can make the decisions for yourself. I'm happy to, you know, provide the advice, and then you guys make the decision. Obviously, I'm in no position to make a decision on how you should divide up, you know, those responsibilities.
Can you give us an example of a liability? Well, where would we get in a liability with a fire department? Let me give you an example. We're in a fire scene, and we got a on-call paid firefighter. On-call paid firefighter. He's a volunteer, but he gets paid. And if he's doing something wrong and the fire chief sees that and he tells him that he needs to leave the scene and go home, do we have a liability for that?
I don't know where the liability would be in that particular example, but let me add a little bit more detail to what I'm talking about. So when it comes to, let's say, operational issues related to how you put out a fire, what hat you should be wearing, what truck to take, whether you're, what equipment you need to bring with you, how you put out a fire, how you report to your boss, how you use the, communications, any of those operational issues. I have zero problem with the fire department having, frankly, the professionals who know best to make those decisions. I have zero issue with those things. In fact, I would say it makes complete sense when it comes to operational, firefighting issues. That is, best left in the hands of the firefighters. But when it comes to general employment policies, so for example, a policy that relates to what is and is not sexual harassment, who do you report that to, whether an investigation is going to be done, and ultimately the decision if someone is going to be disciplined over that. To me, that's a policy that the township, we're talking about general employment law issues. That is something the township would have an acute interest in making sure it has an appropriate policy, practices, and certainly written policies, and decision making as well. So, and there's a myriad of issues like that. I mean, those are just general employment law policies and practices that I'm talking about. So in my opinion, which you are free to disregard, is that as a general matter, to the extent an employer can, you want to have employment, I'm talking about general employment policies that are consistent across departments. There's no legal requirement that they be consistent, but someone's been at this for 30 years, in my opinion, is when you have dual sets of general employment law policies that are floating around. So the Public Works has one policy, the Treasurer's Office has another general employment law policy, and all these departments have different policies. Number one, there becomes accountability issue. Number two, like, who's keeping track of all these policies? And are they consistent or are they inconsistent? And are you operationally prepared to have these different policies and account for them? If you do, then again, I'm not here to tell you you can't do it. I'm just saying that in my experience, it is easier for the employer here, the township, to have a handle on these things if if there's one set of policies. Okay, but again, if you want different policies, you can, but I would just advise that, you make sure that you're keeping track of those and realize that at the end of the day, if the fire department, and I'm not picking on the fire department, it could be any department, any municipality, is that the employer here, the township, they just have to understand that if they let go of control of those general employment law policies and aren't overseeing them, then if a liability is created, if that liability is visited on the employer, the entity, not the individual department. So in general, in my opinion, the best approach is you have two buckets. Okay, you have one bucket that deals with operational issues that are unique to the fire department, and you let the professionals make those decisions. When it comes to general employment law policies, and I can get into more detail if you want, that those are policies that are consistent among the departments, and there be one policy. Now, if you want, again, to be clear, you can create a third bucket, and you can say, hey, there's general employment law policies that only apply to the fire department, and the rest of the township employees have different policies. You can do that if you want. Just be aware that's a third bucket that you now need to keep an eye on.
Okay, so I just want to give the board a little bit more background on how we got here to having Carl with us tonight. As you all know, we approved a handbook a year ago, I think. And there have been some conflicts and some concerns with the Emergency Services Department. And we've gone back and forth many times. And the last time that we met about this, we had decided we could compromise in including a paragraph at the beginning of the handbook that we were running by Carl, and then would bring to the board, that would allow the SOPs to become a priority over the handbook. However, when I sent that to Carl, he sent me some, here's some red flags. We have some SOPs that are in extreme conflict. So I wanted Carl to come and talk to the whole board. It was time for the whole board to be involved. I think that my perspective after reading what Carl provided to us and what we have here is that it may be time to have someone look at the SOPs. Have an attorney look at least the SOPs that we have identified as being in conflict and see if it's time for us to revise those. And then he could, I would suggest that the board allow Dave the opportunity to talk to Carl as needed and editing those. That's my
Attorney
thoughts.
Dave Peterson has already reviewed all these SOPs when they
How long
approved
ago?
them. That was in 2017. About then?
These have been reviewed multiple times.
When was the last time they were reviewed?
What does it matter? The law hasn't changed on these things.
Well, I'm just saying that they've been reviewed and it's fine if you want to have them reviewed again. But
We have a.
I can also tell you this, that these SOPs came from other departments that.
Some of them were plagiarized.
I don't care where the.
Well, I'm
SOPs
just
came
saying
from.
that for fire department, the SOPs have been around for a long time and.
This is my concern. Our attorney is suggesting that this is not our best course of action, and I would like to follow legal advice.
I don't think I heard him say that. I heard him say that you could have 3 different buckets and.
So my understanding, so is the problem here that the fire department has different rules for employees? And I'm not talking about what they do when they're out there on a fire. I'm talking about like the example the attorney brought up.
Yeah, what they do out there on the fire is not an issue.
Right.
Non-issue.
But as far as disciplining an employee,
right,
hiring, promoting, sexual harassment, those kind of
The
things.
things that are in our handbook, only the things that are in our handbook are the issue at hand. And those things, go ahead, Carl.
No, I'm sorry. So let me, to make this a little easier to understand. So let me give you an example, a specific example. So in the SOPs as they are written right now, there's an extensive disciplinary process that includes, that's very elaborate, that includes, for example, rights that are akin to close to what we would call a full-blown evidentiary hearing in order to terminate someone. In other words, the employee would have a right to an attorney to be there. There's appeal rights. It's an elaborate process, okay? That process doesn't exist in the handbook, which would apply to all other employees. Now, it's okay to have an elaborate process if you want, but you just need to make a decision. Do you want a certain process for some people in some departments and not have the same process in other departments? And I'll just drop a footnote that generally the trend is to not give these full-blown evidentiary, rights, because it makes it frankly more difficult as an employer who is, again, not the fire department, the township is the employer. It makes it more difficult for the employer to ultimately succeed in taking a disciplinary action against that employee. And again, I have no interest in picking on the fire department. I've got no interest, I don't know enough about what's going on in terms of your history to really even, hazard an opinion about that. I just know when I read the documents that I see that there are these differences. Another example would be a difference in, for example, drug and alcohol policies. If there's a good reason to have different drug and alcohol policies for the fire department versus other employees, you can certainly do it. I am not here to tell you can't. I'm just saying that from my experience, whether it's a company or a municipality, if guys unless there's a good reason for it, people in the accounting department should have the same drug and alcohol policies as, people in the mailroom. Now, again, there may be reasons to have differences. For people that drive, you might want to have an enhanced testing program. So there are reasons to have differences. So where differences make sense, you have them. But unless there's a reason to have a difference, I think you're just inviting having a different treatment of employees that, you know, you can, if you want, you can live with, but I'm just saying that, I mean, I litigate these cases. It makes things more difficult. Then the last thing I'll point out is that, and this is a more general issue. So that the SOPs that I mentioned before are SOP 2110 and SOP 3300. Those are the first one is the disciplinary policy. The second one is the drug and alcohol policy. Frankly, my bigger concern is about SOP 100. And SOP 100, and you know, this is we're getting a lot of details here, but I want to share, you know, help as best I can. When you read SOP 100, when I read it, I see that the effect of it is that it forks over a lot of authority over employees to the chief, which if you want to, you can, but the way it is the way it's currently written is that it can be interpreted that, well, let me back up. This is the proposed language I'm talking about. The proposed fix that to sort of fix this issue of these conflicts. The proposed language, in my opinion, if the township adopted the proposed language, until the township rescinds SOP 100, then the fire chief arguably has authority over all matters concerning the fire department, and that arguably includes all employment policies and all employment practices. So we're really getting down to the granular level here. As I read that proposed language, you can make a good argument that it forks over all authority over all employment policies and all employment practices to the fire chief. You can do it if you want, but just be aware that's what you're doing.
Dave has a comment. Go ahead, Dave.
With all due respect, there's too much lawyering going on. The chain of command is simply a firefighter reports to his lieutenant.
I think you and Carl need to sit down or get on a Zoom meeting and
this could be
talk
really
about
worked
this.
out a lot easier if Carl and I just talked, and I can explain some of the stuff. Because that's not, I mean.
I don't think the chain, I mean, I would love to do that. I think that we're into details and nuances here that defy, you know, the form that we're in. But I would just say something like a chain of command. What firefighter answers to what sergeant, who reports to what lieutenant, who reports to what chief. I do not consider that a general employment policy. I consider that to be a field operational issue, which from where I sit, you know, I mean, if the professionals should handle that the way they want, and that I would consider that to be an operational SOP. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is general employment law policies that in my humble opinion, more appropriately should be in a handbook than in an SOP, and that the township should maintain authority and control over the general employment law policies and practices. You are free to disregard that.
Well, I thought that's what had happened when the previous lawyers approved all this. And was I mistaken? Did he not bring up 100 as an issue, being that?
100, not 110.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have my laptop, so I can't look it up, but.
I don't see 100 on what we have.
There shouldn't be.
I have a question.
100.
Well, you have to read SOP 100 in combination with the proposed language that was supposed to be the remedy to the conflicts. When you read those in conjunction with one another, in my opinion, it hands over a significant amount of authority to the fire department over both writing in general employment law policies as well as general employment law decisions and practices. Yep, when you read those two together.
Yeah, so reading 100, it says fire chief will have overall decision-making authority for all matters concerning the fire department as granted by the Columbia Township Board. The fire chief retains final approval of information to be presented to the board, has final decision regarding disciplinary actions, and is ultimately responsible for all activities related to emergency scenes.
Right, and then the proposed language said, unless and until something is rescinded, the SOP, until the board specifically rescinds an SOP, the SOP is the law of the land. So unless and until the township rescinds 100, I think a very good argument could be made that the fire department, essentially through the fire chief, acts essentially independently than the township in writing, potentially in writing policies and making employment law decisions. It's some very broad language.
Carl, have you been provided a copy of our fire ordinance, emergency service ordinance?
Yes.
Have you looked at that too?
I'm sorry?
Have you looked at our ordinance for emergency services?
Yes, I have. It doesn't change anything that I'm saying.
But it also gives
so.
authority to the fire chief, that ordinance does.
Authority within what the board allows.
Well, he's an at-will employee.
It absolutely gives the fire department and the fire chief some authority. There is no doubt about that. But as in my reading of it, it does not hand over general authority over writing employment policies, practices in sort of a general fashion, which is what the proposed, remedy language plus SOP 100 does. It does, it does do many things. And in many ways, I think it is fine. So I don't know what else I can say about that.
Just to be clear, this is about the way the policies are currently written, not what their intention was. So while the intention may have been great, now we have to make sure that the actual way it is written is going to protect everyone.
Did he not just say though that I retain authority, or the chief retains authority as approved by the board? That was.
But in conjunction with the statement that we were going to, we had compromised on, it basically gives you complete authority.
With board approval.
So
that is the board approval.
So am I understanding this, the SOP 100? So, and please, Dave, this is not about you. Fire Chief Jones out there, because Dave left, we have somebody new. We have 2 firefighters that are accusing a lieutenant of something inappropriate. I don't know what, anything inappropriate. And the chief, under this SOP 100, the way it's written, he gets to say, well, yeah, I hear you, but too bad. I think he didn't mean it that way, where this stops here. And then it never goes any further. And then they get together and say, hey, I think they kind of violated some kind of employment law. And then they get to sue the township because we allow this.
However,
Did you follow me at all? Where?
Carl, I just my input here, from what I'm getting from you, sir, is that there should be a set of rules for employment for employees that's set for all employees. The chief of the fire department or the chief of whatever department there is could have their own authority over the disposition or taking care of whatever the procedure is they have to take care of. And if there's an issue with that, that should be handled by the chain of command in that department. And then that should be turned over after a review or investigation, whatever term you want to put on it, to the employer, which would be the township. And then that should follow the guidelines for whatever the problems or whatever the determination is for the employee across the board. Is that what I'm getting from you?
I don't know that I would say it that way. Let me try again. So when it comes to general employment, let's stick with policies, okay? So that's the easiest one to kind of talk about. So when it comes to written policies about how you treat employees, let's say it doesn't matter if it's a company or if it's a municipality. You could choose, the employer could choose that the accounting department has one set of employment rules, you know, the mailroom has a different set of employment rules, and, you know, the motor pool has a different set of employment rules. You can do that, okay? I think when you do that, from an operational standpoint, you know, it can create problems, but that is up to you. If you're up to the task, you can do it, okay? My opinion is that as a general matter, and it's easiest for employers, it's easiest to sort of handle and administer if you have one set of general employment rules for all employees, regardless of what department they're in. Okay, so when it comes to, for example, a sexual harassment policy, when it comes to use of leave time, when it comes to an open door policy, when it comes to a drug and alcohol policy, unless there's a good reason to have different policies for different departments, it's just simply easier for employer, in my experience, to have one set of general employment law policies. But that's up to you, okay? So those are policies. Now, in your particular situation, when you have a department that has specific operational issues, it doesn't have to be a fire department. Let's say this is the mail room in a corporation or the motor pool, okay? They've got certain operational issues that other departments don't deal with. So it's perfectly appropriate and fine for that individual department to have its own set of rules about how they're going to run the operational issues, you know, in that department, and still be subject to the general employment, you know, policies. So you can have both, but you have two. There you only have two buckets. You have one bucket for the general employment policies. You have a separate bucket for the operational issues. So those are policies, because I just don't, although you can do it, I'm not sure I see the wisdom in having, you know, different general employment policies across different departments, but you can do it. I don't know why you would want to. And unless there's a reason for it. If there's a reason for it, I can certainly be persuaded that it's the way to go, okay? When it comes to, and let me just drop a footnote here. So for example, because the township is the employer and the fire department, or any department for that matter, is not the employer, it's the township. If a department who has free reign to pass its own employment policies passes a defective policy, let's say that policy is defective in some way, and it creates a liability, that liability is not visited on the department. That liability is visited upon the employer, whether it's a corporation or a municipality. Okay, so that's the reason that generally employers want to have a firm grip on what individual departments are doing regarding employment policies. Because you can hire me to review 3 policy, or you, anybody. An employer can hire me to write, review, edit, update, amend 3 different sets of employment policies for 3 different departments. I can and will do that. Most of my clients don't want to do that. So when it comes to this, and just, you know, give me the high sign if I'm talking too much here, but I am trying to help, is that when it comes to employment decisions, like a decision to terminate someone, a decision to suspend someone, again, the liability gets visited on the employer, not the department. So most employers want to have a hand on that. And there's nothing wrong with giving discretion to a supervisor or a department head to make recommendations and initial decisions. Most employers want their hands on the steering wheel because they're the ones that, you know, to mix metaphors, are holding the bag when it's all said and done, if something goes wrong.
And just to be really clear, because I know this has come up a couple times, when he talks about suspensions and firing, he's talking about an actual suspension, not removing somebody from a scene. Removing somebody from a scene is still okay. Operationally, if somebody is on they can be removed. He's talking about an official suspension of the employee. So.
Right. I'm not saying you're done on this scene, you know, pack your stuff up and go home, or we're going to have to talk tomorrow about, you know, how you handle this, or I'm not getting to any of that. That's those are operational issues.
Carl, you mentioned SOPs 100, 2110, and 3300. Were there, I don't know how deep of a dive you did, were there other ones that you found to be in conflict?
There may be. Those are the ones that jumped out at me. You know, frankly, there's not that many there are not many SOPs that wander into what I would consider to be general employment practices. The vast majority of them have nothing to do with general employment practices. But those are the ones that jumped out at me. I mean, I did read, you know, all of them. I did read wrote your handbook. So, I mean, I have notes on, there may be other ones where there might be potential issues. But, and again, you know, SOP 100, I do have some general, you know, concerns about, especially with the amended language that was supposed to remedy this. I think it actually made it worse, probably, but.
Okay, and that's fine. We don't have to use that language. So I guess my thoughts are that I would like to have Carl look at and the SOPs that conflict with our handbook, and give his recommendations on how whether we should amend the handbook, whether we should amend the SOPs, or whether it's something that we need to discuss further to figure out what our intentions should be. That's my suggestion.
So, I agree with having one set of employee rules and regulations. Covers everybody.
Yeah.
Now, the department, whatever the department is, has the authority when they're on scene or taking care of, to do what they have to do for protection of everybody involved. But the final decision, based on whatever that incident might be, still should be handled by the employer, I believe. I'll give you an example. When I was on the sheriff's department, we were at this scene, this problem. We arrested a guy. And one of the deputies, who I'm not gonna mention, had him in the back of his patrol car. And we said, you have to take him to jail. And the guy sat there in the car. He didn't move. And I said, so-and-so, I said, can I take him to jail? And he looked at me and he said, I forgot where the jail is. Well, we handled that in a different way, of course, on scene. And then the sheriff, who was the employer, handled it from a disciplinary action type thing. But that's an example that I can relate to. Something happened on scene, and we took care of it there with the authority of the sergeant or whoever was involved. And then the employer, who was the sheriff, handled it after that incident.
You'll find that in SOP 2110.
Can I ask
Basically,
Can I ask
just what
Dave a
you said is right there.
If there's a disciplinary action, the whole thing is spelled out, and hey, I'm the last person to try.
You have 72 hours to report it to the township.
I'm the last person who wants to make things more complicated, so if 2110 is too complicated, I'm all for revising.
Their
But it's
objective is
spelled
to
out.
train this person and get him
It's spelled
back
out
in
what
shape
to
and
do.
not make it
I
down
don't
to
like the
dismissal.
100 one.
Okay. Let.
Well, some of these are regulated by the National Fire Board.
If they have a number on them,
Yeah.
they probably are.
But I still think, I'm looking at all the dates on these, and they're fairly old.
And we're only talking about things that pertain to general employment law. We're not
Yes.
talking about anything to do with,
Operations.
right,
Correct.
fire department operations,
No,
because
No,
we
no,
don't,
no.
That's all I'm asking, is that we do a better evaluation of the things that relate to employment law.
so can I ask Dave a question? Dave, what is it about the employee handbook that you feel is inappropriate for the fire department?
There are so many entries in that. There were holidays that were closed on holidays, and it didn't specify who. There was a nepotism policy that a supervisor can't be in charge of any direct relation. Well, JC, Jeremy, Kimberly, soon to be Brett, you can't live in the same house or be related to someone and be their supervisor.
Either direct supervisor, yeah.
At any given time on any scene, if Jeremy shows up with Kimberly, they're married and live in the same house. So he can't supervise Kimberly, Kimberly can't supervise him. If JC shows up, they're all related. Nobody can be supervisor. That policy was so vague, and I was told to just overlook it and it won't apply. But if it doesn't apply, I can't ask my people to sign something that is in there that they're legally agreeing to. That was my problem with it. There's other policies, and unfortunately, I don't have that paperwork with me, but I've got notes on stuff.
Okay, so to be clear, no one said to overlook it. The answer was that if they were related, that they had to report to the next person up that was not related to them.
Okay, and I just gave a perfect example, that JC, Jeremy, and Kimberly are all on scene. And I'm not there, nobody else is there. Then by that handbook, nobody can be in charge of that scene.
So if I could interject for a second, I might be able to help. So as I said, you can have different general employment policies for different departments where it makes sense, where there's a reason to do it. And I remember seeing this concern. This is a concern that will not be difficult to remedy in the handbook in one of two ways. One, you can change the general nepotism policy so that it covers everyone equally, so there's no conflict. You basically accommodate what the department's concern is, and again, I do not care which department it is, but you can write a policy that basically goes to the lowest common denominator so everyone can live and be happy and all live under the same policy. That's option A. Option B would be to have a carve out where it's needed that says there's a general anti-nepotism policy. This is the general rule. Here's an exception. In the fire department, this is the exception, and for the reason that you just explained. And you can have that in the handbook and not in the SOPs. Because again, it's a general employment policy. So all these issues can be drafted around, as we say, they can be drafted around in the handbook. Because there are different needs of the fire department, in my humble opinion, is not a persuasive argument to have two different general employment handbooks or policies. You can have one handbook that accounts for everybody's needs.
That would be great, that's all I'm asking.
And the holidays, Dave will only say that
just
the
doesn't
hall
fall.
is closed.
Well, I know, but there was just, I wish I had that paperwork in front of me, because I had a lot of notes, but, I mean, and this is all I was asking for, is if the handbook can state that the nepotism policy, however, whatever lawyer speak you want to throw in there, I'm just a fire, whatever, that it doesn't apply to the fire department. So however that can be worded, I'm fine with that.
Well, I think that that's probably a place that would like to get at, where we've got our employment policies fair to everyone, and if that fairness includes an exception for things that the fire department has to have an exception to, and if we also in the SOP just remove anything that is just about general employment that's in a direct
Carl
conflict,
said a carve out for that.
so that we're
Yeah.
accommodating the liability
Sure.
and we're accommodating the fire department and not getting in their way.
Yeah,
And again, with the explanation Carl gave of 2110 being too involved,
Mhm.
I'm nothing if I'm not simple. I don't like confusing. I don't like making things harder than they need to be. I like it to be simple. So if that policy is too confusing, I'm all
So-
for redoing it. I mean, Michigan's an at-will state. We don't need a confusing policy. I mean,
Right.
So so just to make sure that we're all, what I'm hearing is that we're okay with removing all general law policy from SOPs and incorporating any
You mean
potential,
general employment law?
yeah, sorry, general employment law policies from the SOPs and incorporating any conditions that would be necessary for the fire department related to general employment law into our handbook. So that we have one handbook for all general employment law. And then all of your operational stuff will still remain in your SOPs.
my only other concern that we talked about was policy 3300, the drug testing and drug use on scene policy. Where, okay, let's say New Year's Day, y'all have to come down here to do some paperwork or something, and you drank the night before. Still might be feeling a little hungover, a little tippy, but you're fine to drive, so you come down here. I don't want you on a fire scene. I don't want you driving an apparatus. I don't want you backing somebody up inside of a structure fire if you're potentially altered. That's why that policy was so strict.
What do you generally do, Dave? I'm just curious, so.
We've had seen, well, there's,
I mean,
policy is spelled out.
It's if you
but
smell alcohol, then you,
I've turned people over to the sheriff's department before that were on our scene. Thank God, nobody was from our department that I've ever questioned. But it was somebody that drove their personal vehicle to one of our scenes from another department. I had a couple of my guys come up and say they smelled alcohol. I turned that person over to the sheriff.
so that's another place where you would feel an exception would be appropriate in the handbook.
But what you're talking
For the
about
fire
is
department.
operational procedure.
Okay, so, and this is the other
Yeah,
thing,
okay.
just to be clear, I don't see a specific call out in here about them drinking the night before. But what I think Carl's getting at, and Carl can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the language in this is different than the language in our handbook. It's not necessarily that they have two different purposes, because I think the purposes are fairly similar. It's just making sure that the language is consistent in case there is something that happens. So this would just simply need to be removed from the SOPs. We'll make sure that the standard of, that is in the SOPs is now in our handbook. That's all there is to it.
So you can make, I can write as strict or as lenient as a drug and alcohol policy as you want. That applies to all employees. I can also, if there are areas where you feel it's appropriate, have a different policy for the fire department. If there's a reason to do that, I can certainly write a policy that has a carve out that is, different, for the fire department. If you think that's, if you think that's important, that is not difficult to do. And then, the fire chief or whoever the supervisor is, they have the authority to, use that policy and decide, look, I think that I have a reasonable suspicion that you are, impaired. So the fire chief, I'm telling you, we're going to go get a test right now. There's still plenty of authority to execute those policies by the individual department heads. But again, if there's a reason to have a different policy for the fire department, that is not a particularly difficult, thing to do. And, and there may be, I can give you an example where, I have clients that, some people, are commercial motor carriers. So their testing, regimen is somewhat different, and is frankly is stricter. But that's not an impossible task to write into an employment handbook.
And I'm looking at it right now and I don't see, there are, a couple words here or there that probably need to be tweaked because they say Columbia Township Fire Department. But this policy could be applied to everyone. There's no reason why it couldn't be. It does say things about testing, but we don't have to do the testing. It says it can be, not that it will be. So.
Well, I think it should be reviewed. I think the whole thing should be reviewed and run by Carl, if this is his expertise. And this is because in the handbook discussion and attorney, in the blueprints here, this is little stuff, but this is why I think it should be reviewed. It says policy or whatever it is, 110 is a chain. Well, it's 100 and that's, okay, so it's wrong. Under the
100 is not in our file here.
No, but
that's
because it's 110.
110 is chain of command.
100 is the header.
Okay.
No,
And then
110 says chain of command, but chain of command is actually 120.
Okay, so.
Anyway, what I'm saying is this needs to be cleaned up.
Yes.
That's what it needs.
Yeah.
The other thing is in the definitions and stuff, 2 and 4 are redundant. It's the same thing. You only need one of them.
Right.
Well, what else is redundant in here that you don't need?
Right.
So it just needs to be cleaned up, period. That's all I'm saying.
Agreed.
And I think we've come to a mutual agreement that makes everybody happy and can live with it.
Yeah.
And it gives the authority where it should be, when it should be given there.
Yeah. Okay.
That's my last comment.
Well, I agree. I think we should move forward with asking Carl to remove the employment law items from the SOPs, clean things up in there, and make appropriate recommendations for the handbook. Even identify, Carl, if there's something that you're not sure what our intent is, let us know. We'll have a meeting. We'll figure that out. And of course, we'll keep Dave looped in if you need to talk to Dave. The board needs to vote on whether Dave can talk to the attorney. I think that for this situation that he should be able to talk to the attorney, but.
Yeah, I feel like there's some things that only Dave could clarify for the attorney.
Right.
So. Okay.
We done with that?
Well, do we need a
make a
vote that
motion
he
or a
can,
vote?
that he can talk to Dave at least?
He's
the
already
rest of
looking at it, right? Do we need any motion? I don't know if it needs one.
for him to talk to Dave, because it's gonna be an expense.
Do we need a vote?
Well, expense we've been paying already, right?
Do we
I
need to
haven't-
vote on any of it?
The only thing
I
I
think
thought we
so.
needed to vote on was that
It's a
Dave could
decision.
talk to the attorney, because we have a resolution that says who can talk to the attorney, and Dave is not on that resolution. So I think we need a motion for Dave to be.
I'm
able to talk-
listening to you. What
Okay.
was it gonna say?
I'll move to allow the fire chief to speak with the attorney regarding the SOPs and handbook.
How about I'll make them, oh, I can't.
What do you want me to change?
I want you to add on there that we review the SOP and the handbook in conjunction with each other, because don't we have to make a decision on that?
Well, we will have to make a decision, but we don't, not until he's done with his review.
I thought asking him to do the review was a decision. Okay.
I think everybody hears that that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
I second.
Christie made a motion, Rhonda made a section on the fire chief communicating with the township attorney.
Okay.
It's a money thing, I need a vote. Gary,
Absolutely.
Rhonda,
Yes.
Ken, Jess, Christie,
Yes,
Beverly.
Yes.
Thank you, Carl.
thank you, Carl.
Thank you. Have a good night. I look forward to working with you.
Yeah, I'll loop you guys in on a joint email so you guys can
All right.
connect if you need to.
We'll talk soon, chief. Thank you.
Contract with Bloomingdale Communications. Bloomingdale is still working on obtaining information for exhibits, so the contract attorney is working on a second review of the handful of charges. And can I get a motion to postpone this until November's
So
meeting?
moved.
Gary
I'll
made a
support.
motion, Beverly made a second. That's a roll call vote. All in
No,
favor, say aye.
yeah, I.
Yes, I,
Those not in favor, say nay. None, ayes carry. The Great Bear Satellite SAD.
Okay, so Laura is here for that as well. We've received petitions, and I'm just gonna ask if Laura can just kind of explain to us what, so currently we have petitions, we've verified signatures. Bloomingdale Township has the same. Bloomingdale Township is also interested in using our attorney. We'll have to come up with however we're gonna do that agreement. And it appears as though well, Great Bear Lake does not have an association organized, from my understanding. And so it is going to be on the township board's shoulders to obtain estimates and cost evaluations, which is why the current proposal is to push the hearing out until January, and potentially have a meeting in December for the board to do their initial review, cost estimates, and the role. If Laura, if you don't mind explaining to the board what the process is, what we need to do between now and then.
Right. So I think you're exactly right that you need a bit more information before proceeding with the first resolution, to have an understanding of the estimate of costs, not just the parcels who petition, but all of the parcels that will be included. Even though it spans 2 townships, each township will need to do its own special assessment district. So each will have to go through the process independently, have the public hearings, provide the notice, and confirm their own roles. And those will be, you can decide, I suppose, if each township is going to collect and maintain their money separately, or whether you want to do some kind of urban cooperation agreement. It's probably not going to be that hard to just keep the money separate and pay each township's proportionate share. As an Act 188 assessment, which is the most common way that townships do special assessments, you're looking at a 2 public hearing process. So that first public hearing is going to be concerning what parcels are in the district, and just with the concept of doing these lake improvements and moving forward. It is at the second public hearing that you would actually be confirming the assessment roll with amounts per parcel. So there's 4 resolutions that you wind up adopting. The first one, which we would have you do before the public hearing, obviously, is a resolution of intent to proceed, reflecting the petitions that you did receive, providing that estimate of cost and a description of the improvements, and then scheduling that first public hearing. That notice goes out to the people who are proposed to be in the district, to those property owners. They can come speak at that first public hearing. And then after that first public hearing, you direct the preparation of the special assessment roll, which often is already ready. So then at the same time, we can do the third resolution, which accepts the roll for filing, not confirmed yet, but acknowledges that it's been prepared and received, and then schedules the second public hearing. The second public hearing is where people can object to the actual assessment amount for their parcel. The second public hearing is important because a property owner must appear and protest at or before that second public hearing if they wish to appeal to the Michigan Tax Tribunal. So that's the big picture of the process. So if you adopted that first resolution in November or December, depending on when you get those estimates, you could have that first public hearing in January. And then conceivably, if you can get publication done and mailings out quickly enough, could likely have that second public hearing in February, or if not in February, in March, and then it would be confirmed. The other point I wanted to say, you're right, it will be on the townships to go get those estimates. Even if there were an HOA, we would still recommend that the township be the one taking the lead on that, because it is the township doing the special assessment. So that's what we would have recommended anyway, and it will be the townships entering into those service contracts.
And Laura, is somebody from your office going to help us with this coordinated lawyer with the 2 townships thing?
Yeah, and I haven't had discussions directly with Bloomingdale Township yet, and I don't know if Mike has, but generally the resolutions that each township adopts are going to look the same. Obviously the rules will be different, and I don't know how many parcels are in each township, and that'll make a difference in what that total amount is. But we do quite a lot of special assessments, so we can help.
So Laura, I have a question. It's my understanding that very few of the parcels are actually in our township. So given that, would both townships we would both be required to do a special assessment? And which township would take the lead on getting the bids? Because let's say we've got 8 residents on the lake and they've got 40. They're all enjoying the benefit of the weed control. So I'm curious as to how that's determined. The one with the most residents would be the one to take the lead on that, or am I just presuming here?
Well, I think there's 2 questions there. The first is, if we only have a few residents, do we still need a special assessment? And the answer is yes, if you intend to assess people. If those 8 people are going to pay, then they have to be in a district. And if they're in our township, they have to be in our district. The logistics of who actually goes out and gets the bids, there's nothing in the law that says that. So that's just a practical matter. In determining the amount that you're assessing, you can include things like administrative costs, publication costs, and legal fees. So realistically, if there's going to be more money, frankly, in the other district, it might make sense for them to take on more of those costs so that they can spread those costs over a greater number of people. If you've got $2,000 of administrative and publication fees, obviously spreading that against 40 parcels defrays it more than spreading it against 8 parcels. That said, I mean, really, when I thought about this, the way I thought was if you have, and I'm just using the numbers you threw out, I don't know if those are the number of parcels, but if you have 48 parcels, I think realistically, you're at some point going to have to figure out what is the total, we'll have to think about that, because you're going to have your own publication costs that we likely can't defray against theirs. So if there are things they can do that we don't have to do, then they might take that cost, but we're going to have to mail our own notices. Mailing, we'll have fewer to mail, so less postage, I suppose. But I don't know that our publication costs are going to be terribly different.
Thank you.
Okay. So just so everybody is aware, I do not believe that we're going to get a ton of support in obtaining the estimates from Bloomingdale Township. I could be surprised. I do know they are less than thrilled to be going through this process. So, and they don't have the experience, although it sounds like they have other stats, but they don't have the experience that we have. So
we need to go out and get the bids.
Well, we don't know yet.
We don't know for sure, but I did have a conversation with one of their staff members, and that was the impression I was given.
And who verifies the petition that, because it's 50% of the land area, is that?
Okay, so that has been a question that actually needs to be asked of Laura too, because we've had some discussions and there's been a debate over whether it could be frontage or land area.
I thought
Oh, I think for determining the petitions.
if it's valid.
Oh, it is going to be the land area in question. So the percentage is based on the land area.
Okay.
And so who's going to?
So the assessors.
So the assessor, of course, and she can see all the lines in each
Yeah,
lot.
the assessors will be working.
Are the
on
back
it.
lot owners also going to be included in the special assessment district?
If they have access right away, easement to the property, to the
Okay.
lake.
No, I
So-
didn't see the back lot. in
Will they
there.
receive a benefit to their land by having the special assessment?
I'm not an attorney, but I didn't, what I read, it didn't look like the back lots were in there.
I don't know what the proposed district is at this point. If you have people who have a property interest in lake access, then I think there's arguably a property benefit, a benefit to the value of their property in having that lake be clean and maintained.
So it's also been brought to my attention that, and I believe it is in our township, but I have to research this. But one of the assessors mentioned to me that most of the people that are on the lake, only the people with frontage have access. However, there is one access point that is on the maps, the county maps, that shows deeded access for several parcels in a little L road. However, there have been some issues with the deeds over the years, and there is a question of ownership that may need some significant title work. So I'm just letting everybody know that may be something that we're discussing in the next month or two.
Is it in our township or theirs?
I believe it's in ours, but don't quote me on that.
Is it off Peninsula Drive, maybe?
No,
Okay.
I don't know. So we'll have to look into that. Other than that one little road though, the only people that have access to that lake are the people that are on the lake.
There's no public access,
Not that I'm aware of.
no road tending into the lake.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Who would do that title work? The property owners, I would assume.
Okay, we kill this? Any more questions on it?
So next steps is we have to,
We'll go out and get
you
bids.
gonna talk to Jim or what? It's really a supervisor thing. So you and Jim gonna go out and get bids?
I'm probably just gonna do it and then let Jim see it.
Okay.
Might be the best way.
Bloomingdale passed this? On their
Bloomingdale did have enough signatures. So
Did they pass it?
there's nothing to pass right now.
Did they do the certification of the petition?
We haven't done the certification of the petition. You
Have
didn't
we?
sign it. I gave you the paper that you could sign.
Has Ann looked at our portion of it yet? Then?
Ann did.
Well, it said it also included that I had the petition or the certification was over the amount of people in the area or something like that. I'm certifying the area in that. I
The
don't know
district.
what the area is.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna have to talk, you're gonna have to work with Ann on it.
And then I'm seeing some pages that did co-owners, they need a co-owner signature
Yeah, so the
still.
ones that have the orange highlights are not valid unless they obtain the co-owner's signature.
So then it's not done yet, the petition.
No, the petition, we have enough signatures now.
But
Based
didn't
on
I
land
read
area.
somewhere that they had to have, that they must have the co-owner's signature when it was by
There-
land?
There are enough signatures now without that, from my
Okay,
understanding.
enough lots, enough valid lots.
That's my understanding.
That have both
Yes.
owner signatures if it applies.
Yes.
Okay.
These petitions with these signatures on it, there's two sets, because there's 2 pages. I mean, there's 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s.
Oh, I must have just reprinted, re-uploaded them or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, because I'm looking and all the
Yeah.
same signatures are on there. I'm thinking, why is there 2 of everything?
Sorry, it must
Because
have.
one
been
was printed
twice.
double-sided on
Okay,
something
we're
else.
going nowhere.
Yeah, okay,
We done?
so are we?
I gotta get bids.
Okay. All right, thank you, Laura.
All right, do you need me to stay on for future agenda items?
I don't see anything that we need you for, so, but thank you so much for attending. Sorry, it was such a long night.
Not a problem at all. Have a great night.
You too.
Okay, the next thing we have is a short-term rental ordinance, second read. We're gonna kind of,
Skim over that.
we're gonna skim over this and we're gonna have another period of time to read this and get your comments into Christie so that we can have a more reasonable discussion on that at their next meeting.
Now, just remember, this was submitted last month with a request to provide.
I was trying to be
feedback.
nice, Christie.
So this month, please provide feedback.
I was trying to be nice. So,
This is just first read? Is this?
This-
Well,
this is, we're gonna have a third read on this.
Okay,
Second
Yeah.
read, we're not ready to approve it because we didn't get any comments on it.
yeah, and, okay.
And I'm at fault, just as well as a few others. New business. This is a resolution in support of the question to vacate the incorporation of the village of Breedsville. You want to read it, Christie, since you wrote it?
Hey, now, this was not my idea, just putting that out there. I will read the resolution. The resolution states, whereas the Village of Breedsville citizens are also the citizens of Columbia Township, whereas several Village of Breedsville citizens filed a petition requesting to vacate the incorporation of the village into the township, whereas the Township Board is duty bound to support the best interest of township citizens. Now therefore, the board resolves to support the question to vacate, and there's a typo, the incorporation of the Village of Breedsville. Strike the of.
Any discussion?
Well, this is what the petition came in and what the people of Breedsville wanted. And it's going to be on the ballot, correct?
It will be on the ballot, yeah.
And I think it's our duty to support it.
You're supporting a yes vote on
Yeah.
the ballot.
On the resolution.
I think we have to, so, yeah.
I agree with Gary.
I agree too. It's not whether I personally want it or not, it's what the taxpayers.
I think
and
it's the right
and
thing to
people
do.
at Village of Breedsville want.
Well, it's not what the village of Breedsville is doing because the township is voting on it also. So you got 2,000 voters from Columbia Township against how many voters in Breedsville?
And they'll all have their say.
200, that's right.
Well, the township will have their say,
That's that's the way the law was
but they weren't
written.
on the petition. Only the people in the village got to be on the
And that's the
petition.
way the law
and
was
That's the way
written.
the law is written, Ken.
And
That's
that
the way
petition
the
is-
law is written,
you
but I
gotta
don't
follow
think
the
it's
law.
fair to the
And that
village of
petition was
Breezel.
brought to this board in the past too, and
I don't think
put
it's fair to
down
the Breezel.
on a
So anyways,
technicality.
everyone got their say.
I like
Are we
people
ready
to
to
be able
vote?
to have their
Yeah.
vote.
Well, somebody's gotta make a motion before you can vote.
Well, I'm waiting for you to make the motion. You read it.
I'm not making the motion.
Oh, who's making the motion?
I'll make the motion.
You're moving.
Moving to
Where at? What state?
Michigan.
So you're moving to approve resolution 2022-30
Yes.
as written, right?
without the oath.
Without the word of in the last sentence. And also, does it need the signature?
It will be put on
On it,
there when
okay.
we're all done.
Okay, but Bev made a motion. I got a second.
Second.
Rhonda got a second. We need a roll call vote. Gary,
Yes.
Rhonda,
Yeah.
Ken's no. Christie,
Yes.
Beverly,
Yes.
okay, passed. Grant opportunities. Kate, how are you tonight? Long, boring, we need to put you on the front of the line.
All been bed by this time, yeah.
So just so everybody knows, Kate reached out to me and offered to help us with identifying and even applying for grants. So she's been working really hard at looking at some of the grants. As you all know, we've been receiving emails that have lately, for a long time, we didn't see anything about grants. Now all of a sudden, there's a bunch of them out there. So Kate's been working through that.
So I have background to do this. I've written grants before and federal grants for 501c3s, and we got them $500,000. And it just fits with my set of skills. It's kind of a regulatory thing. You gotta fill out these forms correctly, get all the information, read the grants, understand technically how it works. So it's fun for me. And I think I've looked at 6 or 7. I can get through them pretty quickly. And make a determination back to you, if this either will or won't work. So the grants that I've looked at so far have had to do with infrastructure, primarily relating to flooding. Also toxic or hazardous waste sites, blight, we'll talk about that in just a second. Scrap tires, we'll talk about that in a second. And then a modular housing project for workforces. That just kind of gives you an idea of where the money is, where it is, and some of this is federal dollars and some of it's state dollars, and then this is just my opinion right now. But I've sat through lots of these meetings and I'm aware of the master plan being recently revisited, and everything's kind of settled down in that respect. And I'm not sure there's like a real vision for our town about, what do we do? I think we've all wondered, gee, what about this? What about that? And lacking a vision, I said to Christy, then why don't we just follow the money and see where there might be some money that's being doled out in the terms of grant that might help direct our vision. So there's one grant for scrap tires that we need to make a decision about this evening because the application's due October 28th. We qualified for it. We could probably get about $9,000. That's what we should apply for. We qualify because we're a township and we are on their list as a town, is a township that has at least 51% people at a certain income level or below. And they'll pay $3,000 per trailer, and they have to be passenger tires. So, yeah.
tractor tires too?
Not at this point. Not at this point.
Rats.
On these grants, or in this particular one, is there a stipulation for matching funds from the township?
There is not, but however, they don't cover labor. So if you need people to load tires or equipment to load tires, That isn't covered.
We're already paying for that.
Correct.
My understanding, from Christie is that we have about 1,500 tires in our township and they're in trailers or something like that, or maybe they're
Well,
not all in trailers.
We, so I had mentioned that at minimum, we have been sending to recycling 1,500 a year. So we have, each of those trucks has to have a minimum of 500 in it, so my suggestion was doing 3, like, we've done free dump days. So instead of paying for the truck to come take the tires, we can use the grant to pay for the truck to take the tires on our free dump days, and we could do potentially 3 weekends of that.
It's important we
Free
keep,
tire days.
it's important we keep on site 500 or less tires, so Eagle
Correct.
doesn't get involved and they don't hammer us to be a site, a qualified hazardous site.
Okay, there is that question in the application about whether we want to partner with another grantee nearby because they are interested in moving towards a regional collection model.
Oh.
And it's for now, you know, we kind of went through that I went through the application questions with Christie, so I could be ready. If you guys decide to do this, it's pretty simple to put it together. But that is one of the questions. Are we willing to go towards a regional collection model? We said, we would say yes. And then the next question is, are we willing to be a fiduciary for that? And we said, no. That would be, not we, but, you know, I would fill the application out that way. And
Did you
guys
say
we would be
a
that
regional collection site?
model, yeah. Possible. Eagle it wants to know if we're interested in partnering. Here's the question. Are you willing to partner with another grantee nearby? That's the question.
That's the question. And it
And-
doesn't mean that you have to,
Yeah.
it's just, are you willing to
Are you
hear
willing
it?
to? And then the explanation to your point is we are moving towards a regional collection model and partnering allows us more flexibility.
Well, I think that consideration needs to be given to if we are a partnering entity, do we fall under the legal qualifications that Eagle sets up, and then we're gonna have their thumb on us to be a regulated hazardous site. Because then, and does the 500 tire limit then carry over because we're a partner to maybe somebody else that has 500, now we got 1,000 under our belt, and now we fall under the Eagle.
So the question is asking if we're willing to consider a partnership. It doesn't mean that we have
That's
to.
all
Okay.
it's just,
All right, well, yeah, okay, I just,
Mhm.
something
I just
slipped
didn't
through the
want to,
cracks.
I didn't want to close a door without knowing how it could benefit
Oh,
us.
no.
And we might partner with someone who's got more room than we do,
Yeah,
who's got more capacity
But-
than we do.
I did not want to be the one to manage the finances if we were in
No,
the partnership. Is that terrible of me?
And we picked the tire, so what's going on right now, I think, is Christie's working on trying to find a tire processor that will work with us.
So I have already emailed NTech. That's who we've been using. They semi got back to me, so I'm gonna have to follow up with them a little better.
Is it Kalamazoo?
I don't know. It used to be Deer Path, but they bought out Deer
Yeah.
Path.
Okay,
So I think they still have the,
if it's
Site
that,
on
that
water
may
fleet or
be
whatever.
still in Cassopolis, I don't know.
yeah, I don't know either. All I know is they bought out Deer Path.
Okay,
So that's who we've been working with. That's who I reached out to. And they should be able to write whatever we need so that we can move forward with this as long as the board wants us to move forward with it.
It's an approved list of, kind of a pre-approved list of processors they're asking us to
Mhm.
work with. And then the money from the grant goes directly to them. We don't even have to deal with it.
Yep.
It goes right to them. So it's just, so the idea is to clean it up a little bit. If we can clean it up, but to finish the grant, we do need to identify process dates for the cleanup events.
Mhm.
And if we're gonna have some community events, what would those dates be?
And we need to be able to fix these.
well, just remember, if you're gonna do that with 3 dump days, it has to be the
Yeah.
weekend after the third week of the month, when the compactor is empty.
Okay, so let's look at that.
Do they allow in there for administrative fees, administrative costs?
They didn't know, just the tire, because the only person getting paid is the tire processor.
Okay.
Okay, so, so let's look at the dates.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So we're gonna have three, just how many dump days for 2020?
Weekends?
Three free,
Three
I'm saying
weekends.
three free weekends. I mean, I know we did three this, I don't know how many we
Well,
did this year.
Are they
My-
tires only?
My
No.
only thing is, we've been saying that the dump is creating too much cost for the township. And we're giving all these free days away for dumping. And that's costing us money.
Well,
Well,
I
if you give blight
actually-
money, that's gonna pay for the dumping.
Well,
so,
my blight neighbors still burn their garbage.
I actually think we should get rid
Plastic
of the
and
free
all.
dump passes. If we're gonna do free dump weekends all the time, if we do 3 of them a year,
You're only giving them two free clicks, right?
yeah, but which of those, so. Yes, however, that is a much bigger administrative issue.
Cost than it is for what you're getting out of it. Wouldn't it?
Can we just make it a free tire days? Because you have to pay to take tires in.
Well, you don't want to be receiving.
But
well,
then-
I've
But
heard-
then if you're only taking tires, people are gonna show up and wanna dump anyway.
Yeah, but they're gonna be.
You're gonna have
paying.
to
We
see
pick
what
up
the-
tires off our road. We do not use the dump, but we will take tires there that we find on the side of the road. And that's the only time we go there is to take a tire. So I'm just thinking that there's other people like that on their road that they pick up their litter. They walk the road, pick up the litter, they grab these tires that for whatever reason they're laying out there. We take them to the dump.
Okay.
We don't take our garbage to the dump. We have a garbage service.
I'm not, okay.
So I'm thinking that there's other people out there that also have tires to get rid of, not necessarily that use.
Okay,
I'm just thinking that we could generate tires without the free. Guys. Okay, whatever works, whatever works.
okay. I'm just not following what,
She's trying to
Couldn't we
say,
say
why don't
free
you just
tire
have free
weekends?
tires
tire
all the
weekends.
time?
Instead of.
Every
No,
weekend.
no, yeah, for so many weekends for
Right.
this.
Well, why not every weekend? Just collect tires for free.
so we're not gonna do any more free dump weekends.
Right.
Well,
I thought
Well,
we
you
were done
can-
with those for the year, but
Well, I'm
If
not
we
talking,
want
it's not
more,
gonna be this
fine.
year, it'll be next year.
Next year.
This
Oh.
is next year.
But,
Okay.
you know, we're all
What's wrong
saying
with
that
this year?
dump's costing us money, but we're doing all these free dump weekends.
Can I add one comment?
I support free dump
Can I
days.
just add this because it's relevant to your conversation? There is a question on the grant that says, what other funding sources will be utilized by our township to stretch the grant funding? Grantees are encouraged to charge a small fee per tire, per load, or per resident to help stretch grant funding. Doesn't mean we won't get the grant if we don't have that fee. I have my own scribble here on your answer to that question. I can't read it. So I don't remember if we decided.
Well,
there
I
was a
think what
fee.
we said was that we're already paying for, like, we're paying for somebody to load the tires. And if we incorporated it with one of these weekends or whatever, that the township is acquiring that cost.
Mhm.
But either way, whether it's the township or the citizens, we're contributing something.
It'd be nice to be able to put in a sentence that says how, we're not just asking for the money, there's some attempt to.
Right.
And I hear what Rhonda's saying, if you do this, all this free stuff, and it's costing us money anyway, and you need a dollar value per tire, put a buck a tire or something on
Yep.
it. And then at least
That's
it's not costing us anything.
That's fine with me. $2 a tire, because that's how much it costs for us to load them.
Is that right?
Yeah. So,
And if it helps with the grant
Sure, well,
process,
yeah, whatever, that's.
but we're saying we don't want to do free dump weekends anymore.
No,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
saying
how we
that. I'm
cannot
not saying
have
that.
free dump things, well, they're end
No,
up
I
on the
wasn't
side of the
saying
road,
that.
then we're picking it up
Well,
and
there's a
paying the
lot
cost to have
that
it brought down.
I sent you guys all that blight information from the county.
We're gonna talk about that in a second.
That doesn't have anything to do with this. That is a completely separate thing that is about a specific property. It's not, you can't use that just to open the dump for a weekend.
And the county's gonna run that grant, so we'd be applying to the county to get a portion of that fund. We will talk about that in a second, but
Yeah,
there is money there, but it's not.
But that's to help with blight in our, right.
it's to help with a specific property that has blight.
We have to own and control the property.
It's cleaning up somebody else's property or.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, this blight's been going on in this township forever, one, and it's been not enforced, two. And you're giving them all these free weekends to dump, and we're still deep in blight. So we're just spending money senselessly, I think.
Well, that garbage that's being brought down there would be somewhere else if it wasn't down there.
And it would still cost us money to have it picked up.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I support some free dump days just because I like taxpayers getting an extra something. I don't see the free dump days as the answer to blight, because the people that do the blighting, they're not the people that come to our free dump days.
Right.
But I'm not opposed to having free dump days in our township. I think it's a good thing to do.
Oh, one weekend, I don't oppose to. 3, I do.
I know we get a lot of trash on those 2 days.
Yes, we do.
We
Yeah.
do.
A lot of trash.
And it
I
is
think
not,
people take advantage to do extra cleanup in their yard or.
and everybody
whatever,
always
their
wants to
barn.
look at what our neighbors do, and our neighbors do, they have, most of our neighbors, if they have dumps, they have free dump weekends twice a year. But they don't have free dump tickets. They don't do that. It's,
Right.
it's
Oh,
more difficult to manage.
Right. Now, Gobles does free recycling. And they pay $1 for a 30-gallon bag of trash.
That's roughly what we have.
Yeah.
So then maybe trade one for the other kind of.
What's our cost for doing the dump tickets, if you had to guess, labor wise?
What's the cost of what?
For the dump tickets.
Just to prepare them and.
Well, prepare, and then you have to deal, you have somebody, but she's there anyway. I mean, I guess that's the hard part is she could be doing something else that would be helpful instead of giving out, going through the process of documenting all of that. I don't know.
So do we need to decide about the tire grant tonight? Kate, you need us to know. you
Well, we
to
need
know.
to set the dump
We need to
dates.
set the
tie to
dates,
it
that's
to get
the
trailer.
issue. So we have to decide how we're gonna do this, I guess.
Well, it's kind of like being between a rock and a hard spot. I mean, the free dump weekends do help because it gets rid of trash. And then but we don't make any money on it either.
Right.
So, but we kind of do because then we don't have to go by the roadside or wherever and pick it up anyway and pay somebody to do that. So,
Exactly.
yeah, like I said, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, but if we're gonna do free dump weekends, there's 2 things that have to happen. And somebody may not like this. I'm gonna say it anyway. We need to have it scheduled after the 3rd week of whatever month, because that's when the compactor is emptied. It's emptied the 3rd week every month.
The third specific day or the third?
3rd week, whatever it is. It doesn't matter if you have the free dump that weekend, the following weekend. And if you have it, you gotta advertise it.
Mhm.
Because if you don't advertise it, it's not gonna work anyway.
If we choose them now, the dates now, we can get them on our website for next year, which would
If
be
you're
nice,
gonna
and
do a
then do the
newsletter,
reminder ad.
That's part of what happened last time, is the newsletter didn't wind up being consistent with what was
That's right.
actually done.
Yes, and that's why I said whatever we do, we need to stick with, because I don't want
Yeah,
to deal with all
yeah,
that again.
And if you are considering not doing the free dump tickets anymore, there's gonna be a lot of people that
aren't happy about that.
Okay, are we in favor of having 2 free dump days,
Dump weekends.
dump weekends
I'm in favor of that.
of 2, not 3 this year?
Right, yeah, 2.
So what
You
are,
want 2?
so what are we
That's
gonna,
fine with 3.
We're gonna
I'm
do
okay
it
with
in
3.
June and August.
Seasonal, oh, what if we do 3, spring, midsummer, late summer, into summer?
I was gonna say May, the 4th week in May. Do one, I thought
Do it
the
before. Labor-
weekend after, after the 4th of July, and then one closer to September.
You want one before Labor Day because
Yep.
a lot of the summer people are gonna be. closing
Before
up
Labor
shop
Day, okay,
Before, you know.
So you
Labor
want one
Day.
end of August because it's got to be after the 3rd weekend, right?
That's right.
so fourth week in May, 4th week in August. And you're saying it's not a good idea, well, we could just do tire collection, I guess, the weekend after the 4th of July.
Does this grant, if you know, does it have to have a specific date on it? Or can it be multiple dates or can it be?
Multiple dates is fine. They
So
just-
you could still have the free tires on the free dump weekend.
That's what I want to do, yeah.
for sure.
Yeah,
So we're looking at, so 20th, 21st for May. This is what I'm looking,
2023, obviously, right?
yep, 2023, 20th and 21st. Then July, I'm looking at the 8th and the 9th. And that'll be tires only.
I thought it was gonna be 3rd, that's just tires?
That's just that's a tire drop off weekend.
July.
We
That's a
still have
whole
the dump
weekend?
open the same day, right?
So about July 22nd.
Well, no, you know what? Let's just, you're right. Let's not do the 9th, just the 8th, that one, July 8th for tires only. And then August.
So you don't have a free dump weekend in July? Okay, no,
no.
I'm just trying to catch up.
All right, so another
No,
question.
And
they're
then,
just doing
hold on, let me
tires.
get the last couple dates, and then August would be
19th and
19th,
20th.
20th, okay.
All right, so this new dump schedule, how's that gonna interfere with these weekends?
I was wondering about that on Tuesdays.
It won't, you just add the Saturdays, just like we have before.
Yeah, but you're only saying
Sunday.
from 2 to 10.
It's 10
No,
to
no,
3.
no, I'm wrong. That's winter hours.
That's all right.
It's
Hours
10 to
are the
3.
hours, yeah.
It's 10 to 3. We could extend the hours if we want to on the free
Maybe
weekends.
we
It's
could
up
do
to you.
The tire day on one of the Tuesdays.
Oh, you want to do the July tire day on a,
On a
Tuesday?
Maybe.
Nobody's gonna show up if it's
You
not on
don't
the
think
weekend.
so?
why do you think that? People are showing up on Tuesdays.
At night?
Yeah,
Well,
In the
yeah, we
summer?
do it at night.
so we could do Tuesday, the 11th of July, if we want to do one on a Tuesday night, a weeknight.
Why is Tuesday significant?
It's not.
No, I was just thinking it's a different
That's the
time
That's the day that we're open right now.
Yeah.
During the week,
Okay,
and it's a
Yeah.
different time. It gives people the option of an evening. to get
evening instead
stuff
of a
there.
weekend.
oh, so you were saying at night?
Yeah, it's the that one's the 2 to 7 at night.
That's when the dump hours are.
So
Doesn't
July
matter to me,
11th.
I was just. thought it-
Okay, it's 10:16. Got the,
Oh, stop. Okay, so May 20th, 21st, July, that's a free weekend.
Yeah,
yeah,
Except tires are $2 a tire.
yeah,
July 11th, we'll take tires.
$2 a piece, right?
Yep.
do
And
people
then
still bring
August,
tires at the $2? Or do they wait for their free dump weekends to bring 200?
no, they still bring tires in.
They still
Okay,
should
good.
pay for tires.
Yep, so,
Yeah, sure.
and then the other free dump weekend is August 19th and 20th, and that also will be free dump weekend, but $2 a tire.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, I say that, so I make sure I got it.
yep,
Two free dump weekends, May 20th and 21st, and August 19th and 20th. Free trash, but also $2 to dump your tires on those weekends.
Yep.
And then July 8th
Eighth.
is
Ele-
free.
11th.
July
Oh,
11th.
11th.
Okay, so no more, nothing on the 8th.
Tuesday night.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, the
Tires
11th is
only.
the tires only 2 to 7.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll move ahead with this. As soon as I hear back on the tire processor, this is a pretty, it's like 25 questions. I tried to do the application today, but it won't let me start to fill it out and say that I have to do it all at once.
Oh, jeez.
But that also makes this pretty simple.
Yeah.
So it'll go in on or before the 28th, and then they'll let us know by email. I've got Christy as the contact, and then Ken is the signatory. Okay. Okay, so that's good. So hopefully it'll work out. I'm asking for $9,000 for 3 trailer loads. Each trailer is 500 tires. Then we look at blight. So there is a grant that's being administered by the Small Land Grant Bank organization.
The land bank.
Yeah, and the first question is, is your township associated with the land bank? And the question is no, but our county is, so they have to apply for the blight dollars, which can be up to $200,000 or $200,000 or more for the county. If it was just us, it would be up to $200,000. For the whole county, it's $200,000 or more, so it's quite a bit of money. And the county has already invited the township to apply for this. And really what I would need from you, if we were going to do it, is just designate the property. You need to own or control it.
Own, control it, or have permission from the property owner.
Yeah, and they want it to be, not some property that nobody knows there. They want it to be a little bit more of a showcase. Look what we're doing. To your point, we're cleaning it up. They want people to notice it.
Can it be multiple properties in town?
No, just one. I
Just
believe.
one?
Yeah.
This is the blight? It's
This
only
is
one
blight.
property?
This is blight. That's my understanding. But I can look into that if I understand what your scenario is.
Are there multiple
Properties
properties
that we
together?
own that have multiple blight?
I don't know. There's a question.
We have actual properties that we own, but they're not, that have.
Vita
blight.
Pike.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there's properties that we
Where's-
should
where should
own
it
because they're so
56.
Well, okay.
dangerous and bad that by eminent domain,
There's a lot
we
of
should
property.
own them and then
Oh, actually, no.
remediate.
Yeah,
I know the
yeah.
one.
What's that?
Oh, but we
I
gotta
don't know
talk
if
to
that'd
them.
be good, Beverly, because then we're opening liability problems with us, unless we clean it up
Where's he at?
or tear it
On
down, or whatever the
388.
case may be to rectify
At the
what the
corner of the
problem is.
township.
That's my only thought.
So you have to
Oh, for
identify,
his,
have you seen,
tractor
you haven't
business?
seen the grant at all? Yeah.
No, we got to stop at the, can we be the applicant, which we can. But I read through it, I read through the criteria. The other thing is there's an environmental cleanup that's part of the grant. We have to help pay for that or find a partner from Eagle, some kind of partnership to take care of that. So like there's
Picking them up
asbestos
and dumping
involved
them in a
or
big trailer.
leaking oil tank or something like that. We
That's
might
cool.
incur some costs.
That's what I was thinking.
I know that's what you're thinking. And
It's cool.
and I think it's okay just to throw this out here. The third grant we're gonna want to talk about tonight is this modular workforce. And
Yes.
blight and workforce could work together. If we decided that we wanted to apply for the modular housing, as an example of what workforce housing might look like, and I'll tell you about that in a second. That has to also be done on property that we own or control. So is it possible, I'm asking you, that we have properties that we own or control that would be suitable for a house in the future that needs to be cleaned up? And that's the property, I mean, just, maybe that's too easy, but then you've got an example of the community of cleaning up blight and putting a housing unit on there that looks nice and is affordable and everybody.
And-
brings up a little bit.
Family dwelling?
Yeah, single family dwelling. There's, the way that particular, we can apply for that one directly. I don't think we're gonna make it in
Not
time
this year.
for this grant round, but it's a grant that's been in place for 2 or 3 years. This is the workforce housing grant now. And I talked to Sarah at Market Van Buren today, and she thinks, You know, especially if the governor stays in place, that it'll be funded next year. But the parties change that, may change the granting, but there's money coming in for the last few years on this grant, and she expects it to continue next year. And we can spend the next several months getting ready for
Okay,
something
but
like that.
this is not for now. This is,
No,
some-
only to the extent it relates to blight.
yeah, okay,
That's it.
okay. I don't mean to be rude, but we're a lot of time up here, so I'd like to maybe continue on what we're doing. It's all right with you, sir?
Okay, so, do we want to, when is the blight due?
We're gonna miss, the blight, off the top of my
I
head,
don't either.
yeah, let me see if I can find.
I was just wondering if we need to talk about that in order to move
I
forward.
think we
We
need more
need to talk about
details
the
on
blight
that
to move
first.
forward, and it's only important, the whole workforce thing, I only brought that up in order to potentially focus you when you're thinking about the properties in owner control. Is there one that stands out in your mind that would also be suitable for a house?
To build a home.
And
on.
then, and it's in a highly visible place. That's all, that's it. I don't mean to divert it beyond that.
Yeah, so that's my only concern is when the blight is, I think we can talk about it at
I'm gonna-
next month's
I'm gonna-
meeting,
I'm
but
gonna
I'm
look at
not 100% sure because I couldn't remember what the due date was.
Yeah,
Is that property, the home, is that home occupied over there, the one that has the tarp on the roof by
The
the,
one by.
behind Family Dollar? Is that a vacant property?
Have we?
December
tagged that one?
1st.
They're on the list.
Are they on the list to tag for a dangerous building?
December 1st.
I thought that was supposed to be the
For
demo.
blight, because there's other stuff in the yard too. Unless
The
they took
camper
them
in the
off, I
yard.
haven't looked at that list.
So it is occupied?
No,
No.
Oh, it's not occupied.
December 1st
December
on
1st.
blight.
Building inspector has been over there a couple times. Should I send him again?
Are they living in the,
December
are they living in the
1st,
fifth
you have
wheel?
to- Is that
No.
the deadline, Kate?
So it's
For,
vacant.
Vacant.
yes, for putting it in.
And I
the
can't
plans of
remember the
county.
name of the person, but they live,
Oh,
I think in South Haven.
Okay,
Nice
so the deadline is coming
That
up
was with
on
Chris
blight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like to suggest that maybe we do an ad hoc committee or something to help Kate with, if we want to go forward with this, at least with coming up with something. To see if that's something we want to move forward with, since the due date's coming up soon. So the question is 2 board members to help Kate.
So
Pick
on,
two.
on the blight, Kate, maybe I'm getting confused, the one where you're talking about remediation,
Yeah. December 1st. We'll go
that
through-
is the blight one where we would have the cost of paying for
Yes.
environmental cleanup. that
Yes,
kind of
if there
thing.
was environmental cleanup. And we'd be going through the county, we'd be submitting to the county, and we would be one of several other applicants in the county, I assume that also have like.
Yeah.
So it's competitive. So we want to have a good story, and that's kind of, and that's part of it too, is
Yep. that's
why
what
this
grant
property,
writing's all about.
why this property? We want to make a case for the fact that it models the kind of upkeep that we'd like to see more of in the township. And maybe that's our only story. If in addition, it's one that we're gonna go for a competitive grant to put a house there someday, even better.
Anybody want to sit on a committee and talk with Kate about this particular grant? Everybody jump up first. That will. I guess I will too. We gotta get it done if we're gonna try to obtain the funds, so. Are we, do we need board action in order to do something with this?
Is it gonna be a permanent committee?
No.
No,
Then I would say no.
Okay.
Anyone think we need to have a appointing committee? No,
Is anybody opposed to us researching this?
no,
Okay,
it's our job.
Okay.
I do have something down here for, what was it? Move to proceed with the scrap tire cleanup grant as discussed. Do we need something for that?
I feel like because that's gonna have to be signed, that we should probably actually make a motion on that one. We could probably make a motion on the other one in November. Because it doesn't have to be submitted until after the November meeting, but there's just not enough time to prepare for it. between
Okay,
now and then.
did you just make the motion to proceed with the scrap tire cleanup grant?
I
as
did.
discussed?
Yes,
Christie made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll support.
it's a contract. I think.
This is a money thing too, right?
Yeah.
Gary, vote.
Yes.
Rhonda?
No,
No. Ken, yes. Christie?
Yes,
Bev?
Yes.
Yes. Carried. Okay, we're gonna do Paul Technology. Make it quick. Because we gotta get the Christmas lights up.
two options. Honestly, for my ease of use, the cheaper option is the best. For viewers' use, the owl is the best. So,
Is that what that is?
yep, that's the owl.
And the sound was beautiful after you
Once I
figured it out. Yeah.
So are we off video now? Do we have a time limit?
No, we're still on video. Just I let Kara leave.
Okay, so it's just that screen that went.
Right.
And this one here that we're forced to look at.
Can you see the lights on that still working? So it's on.
Yeah, I don't like seeing myself on video.
Okay. You have no preference then, is what you're telling me?
I do not.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's good for the public. I think it's doing a much better job for us communicating with them.
My only concern is it picks up every little thing. Can it be toned down, reception, or is it set?
No.
So it's set.
What does it pick up?
It picks up anybody talking out there, picks
Yeah.
up any movement, the camera picks them up. When Butch came in and walked in,
Yeah,
it
which
picked
is
him
loud.
up walking in.
Yeah.
The camera keeps switching back and forth.
It
Yeah,
does.
I took
It
a drink
even-
of water and it picked me up.
It does. Yeah. And like, even if I play with my pen, it picks it up,
When
but.
I- Yeah,
That could be a
So
good thing.
it is sensitive, and I forgot to mention that tonight, but I did mention it last month when we first tried it out. It is sensitive. I think we need to probably put up a sign that says, this is gonna pick up everything. So don't whisper, because it's gonna catch you.
yeah, because when I was looking at the recording, because I wasn't here, you were talking about something, but it was picking up somebody else talking.
Uh-huh.
Your lips were moving.
They were
but
so
didn't
loud
sound
and
it.
rude.
You couldn't hear my sound at all?
Nope.
Oh, because when I
That was
listened
kind
to,
of sidebar conversations, I
Oh.
think, during that time.
okay, I was gonna say, because when I listened to the recording, I have to say I loved it.
Yeah.
Because I could
it's
actually
hard.
understand what people
Oh,
were
it was
saying.
nice and clear and it was
Yeah.
audible and it
Yeah.
was good.
Yeah.
Now, my only comment again is this. It's an electronic device.
Yep. So the
I think when
only,
I went to the website, it said something about some kind of maintenance or some kind of upgrades or something.
this is a device, the only thing that this requires to operate is Zoom. Now, we were not paying the monthly Zoom fee until we used this for the last 2 months again. Like, we had used it for COVID and whatnot, and we use it, I have to turn it on anytime we have the
So
attorneys
what are
join
the
us.
Zoom fees per month?
$15.
Okay.
But again, we've used Zoom a couple other times just to have the attorneys join us. So there have been other times when I've had to do it anyway. So it's not always an additional cost, but it is sometimes an additional cost.
So we could pick and choose when the Zoom is actually initiated because it's not a contract, right? It's monthly.
Correct.
But if we do this once a month, then we'll have it
Yeah,
here every month.
You'll have the Zoom every month.
Because you'll need that to run on Zoom.
What about planning commission then?
planning commission would run on the same Zoom. Mhm. So
Okay.
it's not an additional cost for them.
Right, right. No, Zoom is Zoom.
Yep.
Zoom, zoom.
Yeah, we could have 5,000 meetings and it would still be $15. So,
Yeah, let's do that.
let's
Yeah.
not. No, nope, just shoot me now.
Okay.
Okay, can I get a motion to do something?
I make the motion that we do something.
You asked for it, Kim.
I make the motion that we purchase the PTZ camera, which is that right?
No,
No, it's the
What is
owl
that
tree,
expensive?
owl
it's the
tree.
owl.
That's the owl. It's got the little eyes looking at you.
Well, total cost
Yes,
less
it's
than
more.
a seven.
$1,400.
So that's the PTZ, which is not this, just to be clear.
All right,
You don't have the
so I'm
quality.
not understanding.
So I gave two
Which is
options.
what?
I gave
She
two
gave us
options.
two options, so that
Oh,
one
really?
has to happen.
Yeah, this one. No,
No, this one right here.
This one does work so much
This
better
is
than
the-
anything we've
The
tried.
owl is that. That's the owl.
Right, right.
This is the PTZ cameras that
this is the $1,400 owl.
the
Yeah,
owl.
the PTZ is another option that we could use. It would mount on the ceiling, just like this will mount on the ceiling. I don't know if you guys noticed, I included some additional equipment in there so it can mount from the ceiling. That one would be a set and fix. It does, just the view of the board. It's not gonna zoom in on anything. It's only gonna pick up what comes through the mics. It wouldn't pick up, talking from out here at all. And it would only do audio, however we have it here.
This one wouldn't?
Correct.
That's the one she's talking about now.
Yep.
That one won't go look at the person talking out in the audience and
My,
be
my
able
only
to.
comment about this is you still should have the person come up
Oh, yeah.
because,
I mean, tonight I didn't because.
no, I understand.
Right, but yeah.
But you still should have the person come up so to pick it up
Yeah.
instead of watching somebody down the road.
Yep, I agree.
And then there's a $25 ceiling mount.
Yes. Yeah, I included all the things that we would need in order to use the owl is in that less than 1,400. I wanted to make sure that we were really clear on the price difference. I mean, it's twice the amount, twice the cost.
So that's,
But it is better. I mean, it is better for the citizens to be able to get
why
clarity.
does this have on here cable management through extension pole? That doesn't need a cable, does it?
Hold on, let me look. Oh, I'm not sure where you're talking about. Which,
If you look at the ceiling mount,
oh, the ceiling mount, okay. I'm looking. The instructions for the ceiling mount or the ceiling mount itself?
ceiling mount itself.
Okay.
It says ceiling mount bracket stands for security area adjustable from 24 to 40 inches, 90 degrees, swivels 360, aluminum alloy construction, light,
Cable
heavy
management.
duty.
Oh, it's saying is that the cables will go through the pole. So it's got like the little inlet and outlet. It'll go through the pole instead of going around it. That's all it's saying.
Yeah, but I don't think we need cables, do we?
It's connected to two cables.
Oh, that's what I asked.
Oh, yeah, it's connected to two cables. Sorry, it's late.
You're late.
Reminds me of a song. It's like
All right.
Everly Brothers.
So we're still waiting on a motion, I think.
How come you got $1,400 on here when it says it's $1,049?
Because I also included the ceiling mount and a device to manage it. That thing.
And Roy's
is-
cost to put it in.
Yep,
And a what?
Roy's cost to put it in. Roy has a computer that we can use. This thing is nearly impossible to use. So that's gotta go.
Yeah, I know you
nursing it.
said in there that for $200, he's got a refurbished computer.
Yeah, so that's the 1,400 includes everything. And it's probably gonna be a little bit less, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't underdo it.
Didn't you say it makes it harder for you? during
It
the
does a
meeting?
little bit,
It's harder for you to use that,
a little bit.
but it's
Why?
clearer
Because
and more
it's
precise.
new?
Well, just because we have one more, two more steps we have to go through to get it going. But it's still easier than what we were doing. So, I don't care. I don't care if it's gonna be a little bit harder, but it is not quite as easy as the other one.
What about for times that you're not available?
So,
We had one time that neither
Right,
you or
yeah.
Kara, and they had a meeting, I think, right?
yeah, so actually what's really nice about the new, either one of the new technologies is first of all, it's easier to start. So,
Would I be
and
able to start it from Ruth's computer? Because that was the problem before, no access on her.
no, there will
computer.
be a laptop here.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
There will be a laptop here. The only purpose for that laptop will be to operate the owl. That's it. And all you have to do is open and launch a Zoom meeting. And then it'll automatically go.
I'm making the motion, Ken,
Motion
Yay.
for what?
the owl. And not to exceed $1,400.
I got a motion from Beverly. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Gary seconds. Roll call vote. Gary,
Well,
discussion?
No, if he's got this other $200, then you're up to $1,600.
Did I miss something?
No, I thought that's included in the 14.
Is that included in the 14?
Yeah, that's
Everything.
included.
Okay,
Yep.
She said she had all the costs.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, I got a motion. I got a second. $1,400 stands. Roll call. Gary,
Yes.
Rhonda,
Yeah.
Ken, yes. Christie,
Yes.
Beverly.
Yes.
Okay, another one down. Christmas lights.
Yes.
Okay, I got a motion from Beverly.
What's the motion?
Well, I guess she's gonna buy
Yeah, we
these
said
lights.
yes on the
for-
Christmas.
Rope,
That
rope
we
light,
need Christmas lights.
rope lights?
I don't know. What do you guys want?
Rope
Christmas lights.
I'm telling you, I did all of the lighting for Bloomingdale when Bloomingdale was doing all those lights in the park thing. That was all me. And I had to replace almost all the lights on those things, and rope is the way to go. That's all I'm gonna say.
Which way is to go?
Rope.
You agree, Gary? You put them up.
This rope?
Okay, rope it is. Give us enough rope laying
No,
ourselves.
no, up at the top where it says information. Is that rope a dope?
You said it.
I said there was 10.
Oh, I can't
said
help
that-
it
I
this
said
time
there
of
were
night.
10, they're
Yeah.
not, they're 9. There's
Yeah,
three
I
of
just
each.
keep
So,
thinking of no
but anyway,
internet, no phone.
I guess my question is, would you want any white ones at all? Or just the green and the red?
Oh, I think the
They
white
may
is
have-
really
They may have
pretty.
blue, I'm not sure.
Where, is this from Menards? Is that where you're looking at? So give me a second to do a little bit of research, but the company that I got the stuff from for Bloomingdale, you can actually splice different colors together. And I don't think the pricing is much different.
Well, yeah, you can do that with these because they have a connector on both ends.
No, I mean,
but-
like, you can cut it like anywhere and splice it together. So
Also-
you could like do stripes or
But then
whatever.
those aren't ropes, are they?
Do
Yeah, they
we-
are.
Do we have
Really?
hard
Yeah, They're
decorations
pretty
that
cool.
aren't lights? Gary, do we have
Okay.
decorations that, do we put up ornaments? This is pertains to this. So if we put up large ornaments, have you guys ever seen how beautiful all white lights look and how they accent
Yeah, oh,
the
yeah.
hard
Yeah.
things that you hang up?
Yeah,
Just saying.
yeah.
Why white's more expensive? I can't tell you.
Because it
But
looks
anyway, if you
prettier.
want to look into that, that's fine. This is just for discussion and for information, so
Yeah,
Can we go ahead and get a motion to buy some lights?
I'll move.
Gary's made a motion to purchase some lights,
I'll
not to
support.
exceed what, Gary?
Uh,
Give me a
price to-
number.
Price to be determined.
You've got at the bottom.
How about,
150 to 250.
How about
not to
400?
exceed.
How much?
400. I'm gonna just say not to exceed 400, and then if we, do less, then we do less.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, 18 feet is more than enough. If you could get 12, it would be good.
You're gonna wrap it around each, how's it gonna go?
It would follow the frame
Oh.
and then just
I
cable
see.
tie them on.
Yep.
Okay, Gary's made a motion to buy some lights not to exceed $400. Do I have a second?
I'll support
Who's supporting it?
anyone.
Bev? It's cost. Roll call vote. Gary?
Yes.
Rhonda?
Yeah,
Ken, yes. Christie?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, got that done. Fire lane identifications.
yes, we should verify that they all have markers.
Well, we need to add more fire lines. There's some additional driveways that's got multiple roads too. So,
What do you mean, Ken?
Dale Bradford lives on Saddle Lake. He has property on Saddle Lake, and there's 6 parcels back there split off. They put one road down the center and then they split off to all the lots. So they made another fire lane.
I don't think so. I think what they need is they need the green signs with their address on it.
Yeah,
They don't need another fire lane sign.
I was gonna
Fire lane
say,
is the fire lane.
I grew up on a private drive with multiple houses on it, and all we had was
So you're saying just the subdivisions need
private
a,
drive.
They need to get their green signs
Fire
with the, yeah, the subdivision, just, the fire lanes
Okay.
over there are fine.
Right, so do we need signs? I will say that a lot of the signs are either not visible or,
I'll tell you
Not
where I live,
there,
I
or-
live on, you and I live on Fire Lane 15. Well, the first drive you come to is my drive. And I made a sign for all the neighbors that's up there with all the addresses. You
Yeah.
just turn down that road and everybody's got their little green sign out by their house.
so if we
That's
do
a good
these,
idea.
the other thing to point out is that this is for fire, this is for emergency
Yeah.
services, so this should come out of the fire budget.
correct?
Yeah, fire trucks can't get down there, but that's okay.
Well, I don't think we're gonna do this till the spring, so
Yeah,
we'll get costs and I'll put it in the new budget.
Okay, snowplow.
so do we need a motion to?
We don't need a motion. I'll just
Okay,
get it in the budget for next year and we'll get Dave start looking at what he needs and then we'll get Christie to buy the signs after,
and to keep people
April.
from driving on the Calhaven Trail if the fire lanes are clearly marked.
okay, we're gonna move to J6. And that's,
Snowplow.
discussion of use of township land and subdivision. This is in Saddle Lake subdivision.
Snowplow, snowplow.
Snowplow.
snow plowing.
What did I talk about? Did I jump to 7?
Yep.
Yes, you
Getting
did.
late.
He's in a hurry.
Snowplow, request for bids.
Two estimates
I
here.
received one from Mitch. I think it's Haven's Rain estimate.
Heavens rains, yeah.
And then you got one from Douglas.
But
Just to be clear, I got the one from Heavens Rains, and then there was some communication that went back and forth, so I only obtained the one from Mike Douglas because of the issue with Heavens Rains.
well, heavens rain, I didn't see where they did the sidewalk.
They won't.
Well, we don't want that.
Well, they will,
They
they
will.
will, but they're gonna charge extra and never mind.
We don't want them.
So this is
I know what you mean.
125 every time he comes.
Same as last
Okay,
year, right?
and how's he gonna determine when to come?
Well, last year we gave an inch mark.
Last year, what?
We gave an inch mark. So
One
like if it's 2 inches, then, or
An
3
inch or
inches
more
or
of
whatever, then he has to come and plow. And it needs to be done by X time of the day and, you know,
Yeah, he's got in here 2 inches.
yeah, there you go.
He does?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not him, it might be him, Mitch's.
Oh, no, I was looking at Douglas Lawn Care.
Oh.
Difference in the detail.
Automatic plow at 2 inches, number 6.
Well, again, to be fair, I reached out to Mike because there was some conversations that happened and he like
Station
rapid
one,
fire sent it to
station
me.
two.
So,
Oh, so he's got them all lumped together though.
Yeah,
well, he's got them detailed out later too, if you
Scale.
scroll up or down, it's got it there, right there.
well, he's not on the sliding scale there in case,
Station two,
Cost goes up.
Township Hall, 75, sidewalk shuffle 35. So
But we
that's
have not, To
10.
Karen's point, we did not put out a bid.
Yeah, I guess we need to do that, huh?
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
it right.
We should go out for a bid, but I don't think, like last year, we probably won't get anyone besides these two, but we
probably
ought to do
right.
it.
We still have to do our due
Yeah.
diligence.
Yeah.
So let's put out a thing in the reminder for. Just want to do it in the reminder, or should we put it in the South Haven trip too?
No,
Reminder.
Just reminder, good.
Everybody reads the reminder, Ken. That's
I
why the
know.
schools put all their stuff in there.
I don't read it, I don't get it.
Now know what they bid. if they
Read it
pay
when I'm
any
forced to.
attention.
mhm.
Of course, that would require.
Okay.
some
They want to do it
tax.
You got
cheaper.
that? You're gonna put a bid in or a request for bid,
What information do we want in the request for bid?
what we did last year?
For snow plowing and sidewalk shoveling.
Yeah, both fire stations and the township hall. Who does the cemeteries?
Cemeteries are part of the,
Cemetery bid?
yeah,
Okay.
That should be part of the section stuff.
it is.
Okay, we're gonna move to J7, discussing the use of the township land and subdivision. We have a gentleman in Satellite subdivision that has got blight on his property and has been moved over to the township property. Discussing with one of the neighbors there, he told the neighbor that he has been using that property for over 30 years and he owns it under adverse possession or something like that.
Is he paid?
You'd have to go to
taxes on
court
it?
first.
No, he doesn't pay
He
taxes
can
on it.
claim to it. Send that to her.
Yeah, I do need those.
I wrote up a complaint on it for trespassing. And gave it to the sheriff. But I just wanted the township board to know that the use of our land is public land, but
Oh, it's on our property that we own.
it's on a property we own.
Okay. When you said you were trespassing, I thought, why didn't the person that owns the property, but we own it?
We own it. And I gave it to Beth and Justin to do something about. That was just an informational thing. I got a few other ones of those too that I'm gonna,
Well, let me
Turn
ask
in.
you a question.
huh?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Did Justin go out and physically tell this guy you're trespassing? And if you don't move your stuff off of here, you're in violation and I'm gonna cite you for it.
I don't know.
Because you have to do
Good
that
question.
when you're talking about trespassing. You have to
I don't-
physically
I
tell the
don't know
person.
if he's done that. I will ask him.
Yeah, he's physically has to tell him.
Yeah.
I've done it several times, I know.
Well, if we own it, we should put no trespassing signs on the property.
Can anyone answer this question? Why people think that the sign has to say posted, no trespassing?
Okay,
That's the same as saying,
So-
here's a sign, no trespassing.
so,
That's a
Here's your
tangent question.
signs.
all right, so
Nothing to
speaking,
do with
so
anything.
this actually might be a broader topic. We do have other areas that we've had some trespassing issues with. One is the cemetery's property in Breedsville. I had a citizen come and talk to me about people coming off of the river there and creating problems.
And they go on
So-
other properties, including mine.
So if
Tracy.
this, yes, so if this is a potential issue with all township properties, maybe we should order a handful of no trespassing signs as a,
I think that's a good idea.
Yep.
so how
If it
many,
makes it more enforceable.
If it's posted, then,
so how many do we want to order for now?
Who's gonna post?
huh?
Well, you gotta find out where you're gonna put them.
Well, I
Metal
do,
poles
like, there
and
will be
put 'em
some
on.
that I'll have Mike put up down at the cemetery, because I do know we need a couple down there.
You could put them at the end of the cemetery there as they're going
I
down
actually wanna,
into.
yeah, I wanna put some down by the river, but, here nor there, I know there's at least a couple there. We're hearing that we need to put some in this particular location. We just need to identify the places. we put up. So do we wanna just, that the board just wants to move forward with that? I don't know that we really necessarily need a motion for it as long as it's budgeted.
We got money for trespassing signs?
You know, we could buy the flexible ones and put them way up on, staple them on trees. They're not gonna take the trouble to tear them down. They just trespass anyway, so. The sign will probably stay.
I guess somebody's got some goats on those lots we got from Vegas.
Did you say it have goats
Wait,
on it?
did she, so they're moving it over to the other side of the road? Or are you saying that we actually own some of those parcels that are,
We own 4 of those parcels
we own 4 of the parcels that are on the east or west side?
on the other side of lots is,
Oh,
I've been holding on to those in case we want to
you
do
know, it's just the
business.
same people that live in that house right
Yeah.
there.
Well, those might be a good place to
He's
build
got a
that
chain
home from the
If it's across
grant.
the street, he's got a chain across where he made a thing in there. That's township property too?
Where's this at?
Oh, well, you guys need to deal with that.
Well, I know, we got a lot to deal with. Okay, well, we're gonna deal with it. I'll get Justin on it.
Fire lane 3 right off of down here.
Okay, we're gonna move to J7, traffic study on 8th Avenue discussion. We've had 2 people be hit by cars. The gentleman that got hit really bad and got a concussion was laying in the ditch, went to the hospital, spent time in the hospital, internal bleeding.
Broken pelvis,
Huh? Yeah,
multiple fractures.
yeah.
Nice.
He
people
asked, he
driving
asked the
through.
county to do something about, because it wasn't the first time somebody's been hit on that road, 8th Avenue. So their engineer come out and they just kind of looked at everything and said everything meets DOT standard. And that there's really nothing they can do about people that run into people. It's just act of God type thing, or act to the. However, they wrote an email to us and told us that if the township would like, they would do a traffic study and maybe put up caution signs or stuff like that.
Or
So,
reduce speed limit or whatever.
yeah,
That won't
Is it
happen
paved?
because there's hardly any houses there. It's not a residential area.
It goes all the way through.
well, politically, for the person that got hit, it might be in our best
Yeah,
interest to
yeah, you could ask them to
just
do a
ask them to
study.
study.
Do they have speed limit signs on that road? I don't think they do.
Was that, Gary, was that, you made that motion to have the study?
Sure.
What's the motion?
Contact the county road commission.
Because there's not, none.
To do what?
You made a motion to go ahead with the traffic study on
Traffic
8th
study
Avenue.
for 8th Avenue.
Was you not paying attention?
Is that gonna cost us money?
Rhonda, you seconded it,
It should-
right?
it should- no,
Who
no,
seconded it?
cost us.
Is it gonna cost us money?
It should.
No.
No.
Part of their.
Yeah, then I'm for it.
Part of their,
Now you made a second? Now Rhonda made the second. All in favor, say aye.
Nothing, yeah, go ahead.
I'm a nay.
Huh?
I'm a nay.
You're nay?
Mhm.
What are you?
I'm a yay.
What are we having
What are
them
you?
do? What
I'm
are we
yay.
asking them to do?
Just do a.
Just do a traffic study.
Just get a traffic study to make sure that we're not missing something with the persons that have been hit on that road. Maybe to have the speed limit reduced, maybe to put signs up, caution.
You could reduce the speed limit there, nobody's gonna follow it.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I'm
They
just
wouldn't
saying.
reduce it.
It might be in our
There's no
political
reason
best
to.
interest to do this.
It's 55 miles an hour.
Okay, you got a yay, yay, yay,
Yay.
got a nay. What were you?
Yeah.
She's a yay.
Yes,
She's a
She's a
yay.
yay?
as long as
Yeah,
it doesn't cost,
That's
Yeah.
right.
So we got
because. if it
4
changes to
yays.
4.1, it won't
One nay.
matter.
1 nay.
Yep.
Your
I
vote
put
didn't matter.
reflective
No.
vest, I use flashlights and everything. already.
Resolution in
People
support
are
of this
nuts.
corporation. We
Oh.
want to do this again?
No, I don't know why it's on your twice.
Okay,
That's
We
history.
already did it.
okay, Karen, you're on.
Oh.
Wake up.
No, there was something.
We put everyone to sleep, sent them all home.
There was
Just
something I
for
was
that.
gonna talk about. Wait, it's 11 o'clock.
Wait, we
tonight.
actually had a great meeting tonight.
You need a break
Yeah.
now?
It was a good meeting.
I'll wait. I'm holding it. still.
Oh, I know. I
Hurry
did
up.
have one question. When the resolution to support that came up, I thought somebody said, well, it wasn't my idea to put this on here. And then the question is, whose idea was it to put on
I
there?
had two board members approach me to ask to put it on there. Rhonda and Beth.
Is that like a normal thing to do?
We received a communication from the attorney, and in that communication, there was a reference to that possibility.
Mhm,
Oh, okay.
mhm.
Yep.
Not only could, but maybe should.
Okay, so even a recommendation.
An opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was it?
Yeah.
She's tired.
My feeling is we've got great
Oh, I
transparency
did
here.
not
I'd like
address-
everyone to have it.
I did not address a couple of your questions. Blue Iris, you asked about. We were using that and it does not, the issue with Blue Iris is it no longer will link with the tool that we're using for streaming at all. We could still technically record, but we wouldn't be able to do any of the streaming that everybody's.
Yeah, I thought it
know.
had to do with that.
And we talked about recurring costs, so, and requirements, so we covered everything else. Okay.
Correspondence?
In the packet, there is an email opposing the creation of Lake Board. And then there is the communications from the MSC.
They won't give us a date or when they're gonna do
nope.
anything. I'm sending them an email.
Nope, no date. No plans.
I'll get them moving.
Good luck.
I used to have them for electric and they were wonderful.
Our
My
my neighbor
neighbor
has
has
them. He
And
loves
they're
them.
wonderful.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
some.
a co-op, so they keep their prices down.
You know,
They're actually-
with respect to the lake board, I did talk to, well, I had a email conversations with our county drain commissioner. And I explained to him that we have more than one SAD for weed control, and we have 18 lakes, and we were looking at a one board to kind of oversee all the work in there. And he thought that was a novel idea, and he's gonna look at it to see if the lawyers would allow that, because he thinks you need one for each. But he's against them if you just for each lake, no doubt. Said it doesn't work out well.
That's right.
Yeah.
I
But he
did
thought
some
if he
work
had all the lakes and they got one contractor, they could save a lot of money.
Nope.
And I haven't heard back from him since the last meeting, so.
Well, people have checked in with Michigan State Extension and stuff and saying, and they said, no, we don't do any of that free service